Okay, welcome everybody and good morning to you all, and thank you so very much indeed for making it. I don't think you had quite the trauma of getting through the queues this morning that we've had over the last few years, certainly weeks, few days. But anyway, thank you indeed to the Nature Positive Pavilion, which is of course being run by Nature for Climate, who are also in league, of course, with one of our hosts today, the Global Commons Alliance, and they are producing this particular session in league with the high-level climate champions. And to introduce the panel, indeed our first speaker, the moderator, is Mariana Cascado-Michael, who is the coordinator of the Accountability Accelerator.
Hi, thank you very much, and good morning, and thank you again for coming and joining us for the launch of the Nature and Climate Resource Navigator for companies and financial institutions. I would like to invite Natasha Matic to frame the objective of the session.
Thank you, Mariana, and good morning, everybody. I hope you all had your coffee, you had water, you had everything, so you're ready to listen to accountability for about an hour now. So this is a launch. This session is focused on launching the brand new Nature and Climate Resource Navigator for companies and financial institutions. This is a partnership between the Global Commons Alliance's Accountability Accelerator and the High-Level Climate Champions team, and also Accountability. Accountability couldn't be with us here today, but we thank them and their team for also collaborating with us on this. We all need that the need for collective action on nature, climate, and people is urgent right now. And we know that nature is one of the key drivers of climate change. And that's why we wanted to create this resource to bring nature and climate resources under one roof, so to speak, to make it easier for companies and financial institutions to find all they need in one place. So that was the thinking behind the Navigator. We received a lot of feedback from companies and financial institutions saying, you know what, there's so many frameworks right now, there's so many resources out there, targets, we really don't know where to start and how to make sense of all of it. So that's why we decided at the end to create this Navigator. It took us about 9 months. We did a lot of research, and we think we have a very, very comprehensive resource here. I will walk you through the resource a little bit later so you can understand what it contains, but for now, this is just an introduction. And the goal of this session, really, we have an amazing lineup of speakers today. The goal of the session is to talk about the importance of these resources for companies and financial institutions to start taking action. You know, they don't, sometimes they don't have time, they don't have the resources, so it's important to support them in this process so that at the end of the day we have more accountability, we have less greenwashing, and we have more action on this. So I'll stop there and I'll have Mariana start to introduce our amazing speakers. Thank you.
And I need to say that I'm sorry, my coffee still didn't kick in. I forgot to say that she's the executive director of our Accountability Accelerator. And thank you very much for your speech. I would like now to introduce our first speaker, Nigel Topping, UN Climate Change High-Level Climate Champion COP26, to set the stage for our conversation today. Thank you very much, Nigel.
Great. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Just coming here, a couple of things struck me. First of all, I'm enjoying the fact that there's a lot more speed metaphors around. You know, when we launched the Race to Zero, what, 2020? Only 3 years ago, it was really, you know, we didn't have a lot of collective pace. We had only just started to really take net zero seriously on the climate side, and we hadn't even really landed on the nature positive zone. So, but I'm saying here around, let's pick up the pace. There's very fast animals all around. And so, and I know we're all really hoping that that sense of urgency lands in the final text in the stock take. I also, I mean, obviously want to thank Nature for Climate, Global Commons Alliance, the champions, and accountability. And I do want to observe that we are getting better at collaborating. And sometimes it's complicated because you have to explain all the different bits of the collaboration, but and sometimes people in the private sector say, why don't you just have a massive merger and acquisition? I'm like, yeah, why don't you just get Unilever and Procter & Gamble to merge and Coke and Pepsi to merge, right? It's a bit more complicated than that, right? There's history and there's funding and there's governance. But I think despite all the complexity, we really are getting much better at collaborating. And this is a great manifestation of that. And it's lovely to see Naoko here, because I was just also reflecting on the birth of the Global Commons Alliance, which itself is quite unique. You know, Naoko and Johan Rockström and Andrew Steer and Dominic Worry, I think, invited a big but quite eclectic group to the Smithsonian Institute in DC in 2016, brilliantly facilitated by Patrick Frick and his team. And obviously Patrick came on to have a huge role in launching the Global Commons Alliance. But just as a reminder of how these things sometimes start, the Science-Based Targets Network was started there. We had a series of breakout rooms, and you were invited to go, and it was like 3 questions. And I looked at the 3 questions, and I was like, I'm not interested in any of those 3 questions. Because I got really, really excited about the work. And so we've got to take the best of what we've done in climate and accelerate the analogy. Nothing's the same, right, in nature. And so we ended up with me and Johan came in for a bit, and Patrick, and just designing the Science-Based Targets Network on a whiteboard, effectively. Took a bit longer to get it funded and off the ground, but so it's great. It's great to see. And you know, the Global Commons Alliance started with the 3 pillars you'll know of: Earth HQ, Earth Commission, and Science-Based Targets Network. And I just want to shout out to Caroline from Porticus, who very early on said, "This is great, but if you don't build in the thinking about accountability now, if you start thinking about it once you get uptake, you'll be 5 years behind the curve." So it's really, and I think this is quite unique in this collaboration. One thing that I'm really looking forward to is just sitting down, shutting up, and learning. In the last two COPs as champion, I got to say a few words and then run away. And it's true, the speakers here really are fantastic. I think really at the leading edge of every facet of this challenge. And these kind of resources for companies really are needed. I mean, it is complicated anyway, and then you get faced with a barrage of sometimes competing requests to join things or sign things or do things. And so it's geeky, it's detailed, but it's really, really necessary, because every step we make forward in racing towards a net zero climate positive world requires us to get more granular, because it's all about getting shit done, and you don't get anything done at the abstract level. I just want to finish with two thoughts I had about 2 traps that you're helping businesses and campaigners avoid here. The first is what I call the trap of missing the campaign tipping point. So a lot of campaigning is about saying to people, wake up, you know, something terrible is going to happen, or, you know, wake up, your business is going to be uncompetitive, or wake up, the planet's going to fry, whatever it is. There's a whole waking up, and the science is really important for that. And eventually people wake up, and the missing the campaign tipping point trap is the one where campaigners say to the person who says, okay, I'm awake now, what do I do? And they say, wake up! Because that's all they know how to do, right? And the person who's woken up doesn't want to be told to wake up. They want to be told, where do I go for breakfast? Or how do I help put out the fire? Whatever the metaphor you want to use. So first thing is, it's really important. This is why it's so important that this started before we really have mass adoption of science-based targets for nature and of TNFD, and that we're helping people when they suddenly realise they want help, that the help's already there available. And the other trap is the one I think this is particularly designed, which is the what I call missing the budget cycle trap. I remember when we launched We Mean Business in like 2014, one of the first things we had 7 partners, and one of the first things we did was just laid out an action framework. It wasn't very scientific, it was sort of crowdsourced. Here's the 7 top things you should do. I think it was commit to science-based target, join RE100, and join one of the LCTPI initiatives from WBCSD and a few others. And I remember I knew we were doing something helpful when, I can't remember who it was from Walmart, came up to me and said, thank you for laying out those 7. It was Catherine, yeah. Because we can use that ourselves, but also with so many suppliers who are, and if you can't simplify, if the one person tasked to do something takes 12 months to figure it out, or 6 months, you miss a budget cycle in which you need to figure out the stuff. So really thrilled that you've done this, and really looking forward to learning from the fantastic speakers, because it's this sort of detailed work that helps us go much, much faster, like all the cheaters, I guess they are on the outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel, for framing accountability in such a wonderful way. I would like now to, Sorry, we had some changes this morning. This is not only because I love my boss, but instead of having Natasha here, we're going to have Tessa Vicent, Policy and Engagement Lead, and Nadim Mahmoud, Land Use Lead from UN Climate Champion Team, to explain this collaboration and the future of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So actually, yeah, woke up. This is really great to hear. So I want also to get somewhat of your words, Nigel, that collaboration is getting better, and that's why we are here. So what we are launching here is kind of like a great work after so many meetings behind, tense sometimes, and great sometimes. So we are here launching the Navigator, which I believe myself is very important, because if you are in a marathon, you need to stop and see sometimes, okay, I want to be well equipped to continue the marathon. And that's why we are here. We are just equipping businesses, financial institutions to take their marathon into the final stage. So we were really keen also not to have only climate, only nature, but an integrated tools for both climate and nature, and it's something a bit unique, so that we are not leaving any companies behind in terms of nature and climate actions. So just giving you very quick feedback from the ground. Last year, we have been in a journey in regions. And to be honest, it was very great to hear from those who are implementing actions on the ground about their understanding of all of these tools. And we were surprised at certain points that some of them, what are these tools? How can we use it? So it is very different from a region to another. And we got this reflection, and that's why we were really keen to have it in the Navigator, to include whatever we can have there to make it easy for them. And what I want to mention here, which is very important, we are not only launching the Navigator, we are going to take it into regions. So we are aligning here, and we are launching this tool, and we are going to take it into all regions globally, and to hear from them how they see it, how they could implement it, how they could even update it, why not, if they want to update for more actions. So it is a moment of delivery and a moment of actions we are taking together into the Race to Zero. And speaking about the Race to Zero, I would like to introduce Tessa here to give you some lovely numbers about the growth so far, and very much looking forward to implement actions together in regions and all over the world in the coming year. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name's Tessa and I'm the policy lead in the Race to Zero. So very thrilled to be here with the launch of the Resource Navigator for companies and financial institutions. And I think nature is and has always been very important to both the Race to Zero and the Race to Resilience. It's really the bridge between our two campaigns. And so I really want to thank, I know how much hard work went into this, and it's really impressive and really appreciated. And I think for Race to Zero, we have always had nature referenced in the Race to Zero criteria. So for example, under pledge to halt deforestation and protect biodiversity, and under plan to embed nature in transition plans. But what we've lacked as a campaign is the detail and the next steps, and this is what this Resource Navigator really provides. So we, this week, are really pleased to have released our progress report for the Race to Zero campaign, which shows that we have 13,500 members, non-state actors in the Race to Zero in over 145 countries. And so with this launch, what I'm excited about is what's next. And I think that really falls into two camps that I'd love to continue conversations with everyone in this room on. So firstly, how do we use this resource and connect it with our ecosystem of over 13,500 actors, 25 partners who really hold the campaign up, and 30 accelerators of the Race to Zero? How do we proliferate this resource of embedding nature, embedding net zero targets into the private sector? And then also what I think this resource is really helpful for is how does this resource inform discussions of moving from voluntary action to mandatory regulated action. And your diagrams are extremely helpful to show a potential pathway of what standards and voluntary action is already out there and how we can move that through a conveyor belt from voluntary to mandatory. So we're really excited to continue working on this. Thank you very much for the collaboration to Accountability and Global Commons Alliance, and looking forward to continue working on it.
Thank you very much, not only for the speech, but also for the collaboration. It was wonderful. I would like now to ask Natasha one more time to join us to go through a bit of our navigator. Thank you.
So I'll just briefly, before the panel starts, walk you through some important, maybe I'll just stand here because of the microphone, walk you through some of the most important parts. So the navigator, for now, because of the lack of resources, is a PDF, but it is an interactive PDF where you can freely move around and skip sections and go to where you are as a company or financial institution, to where you are in the process. If you're at the beginning, you can of course start from the get-go, but if you need to go to other sections, it's very easy to move. Can we please go to the next slide? Yeah, there we go. So this is the contents page. Each one of these, unfortunately, we cannot click through now because we're not connected to internet, but each of these sections in the contents is clickable. So you would be able to move from the introduction to the second scope of this navigator just with one click through. The contents page is also summarized here on the left, and this left side stays within the navigator throughout. So you will be able at any given moment, no matter which page you're on, to click through and get to where you want to go. The navigator has 9 main sections. It has the introduction, it has the scope, it has the section that talks about how to engage with the navigator. It has the mapping of global frameworks, standards, methodologies, and decision-making tools. It has the introduction to user journey. It has the user journey itself, summaries of key resources, summaries of key disclosures, and annexes. And each one of these, as I mentioned, has tremendous amount of resources which you can click through and get either to the web page of the organization that created this resource, to the resource itself, or to the section of the resource that's relevant for that this particular action. Can we go to the next page, please? So these two are really summaries, visual summaries of the nature space, and the next one is for the climate space. Can you please go through the next one? Okay, so it really tells you what are the overarching frameworks, what are the disclosure standards that are applicable for nature and for climate, what are some of the framework methodologies, and also who are some of the stakeholders who are creator of decision-making benchmarks and resources and other tools that are available out there. So really, these 2 pages I find them extremely useful because they really, in a very simple and visually easy to understand way, show everything that's available out there. We can go also to annex page, one of the last pages. So in the annex as well, we have tremendous amount of resources. We have key definitions. We have terminology and glossary. We have disclosures. We also have steps that companies need to take. We also have estimates at how much each step may take for the company or the financial institution to actually implement internally. So these are all really very useful tools that I think everyone can use, and they're all in one place. And then we have the list of all the external sources and resources that we've used and we've reviewed and we've considered during our research. So I'll stop there. I just wanted you to know how easy this is to use, even though it's not a web-based product in terms of being on the web page, and maybe in the future there will be some financial institution or maybe a foundation that will help us raise some money to make this even easier to use. But for now, it's really a very self-explanatory. So I'll stop there. Mariana, can you please introduce our panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. At the end, we are also going to have a QR code so you can have access to the full navigator. We'll now start our panel discussion, the usefulness and importance of guidance. And I would like to introduce our moderator, Diane Holdorf, Executive Vice President of WBCSD, to please come to stage. Take the stage.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Good morning. This is going to be a very exciting discussion around what it means to bring this to life and how we use it, which is the point of all of the effort that Natasha and the team and the whole stakeholder group that has put into it. So may I please invite to the chairs in front, Dan O'Brien, Partner Sustainability of Climate Change at PwC. Great to have you here. Lika for... Yes, we all need we need the energy of the applause this morning. So we will create the space for that. Lika Verhofstadt, Business Development Manager, Global Food and Energy Networks at Rabobank. Great to have you here. One who needs no introduction, but will have one anyway, Eva Zabe, CEO, Business for Nature. And Angela Pinati, Head of Sustainability at Natura. So welcome. So we're going to have a discussion now about why is it important, but also, frankly, why is it useful? What are we going to do with it? So what I'd like to do is start off with you, Dan, PwC. I mean, you guys are advising companies on accountability as the day job. What kind of usage does this tool provide? How is it strategically important? What's your view on its next steps?
Thanks, Diane. So I'm with PwC, but I also have the honor of representing PwC on the Task Force for Nature-related financial disclosure. So I've had a chance to work through the process of developing that and part of the system, so I can see from the inside how these frameworks have been developed. But I think the key thing that I would say that's a benefit of this tool is the ability to sort of clearly lay out how all these different frameworks fit together, and also to show the way they are aligned as well. So one of the key design principles of the TNFD was to integrate it with TCFD and with the various standards and regulations as well, to ensure that there's alignment there to reduce the whole disclosure fatigue issue and address this whole ESG alphabet soup concern, right? And I think looking through the navigator, that's something that it's achieved. It's been able to show how all of these different frameworks and these different tools fit nicely together and how they complement each other. And I mean, to sort of make a bit of a nature analogy, it's a bit like an ecosystem, right? You have all of these different kind of components that are functioning together, and when you bring them together, they kind of, the sum of the parts is greater than the adding them together. So there's a bit of a synergistic effect, I think, when you start to bring these things together. One of the things I think that's really critical, and we've heard this at a few of the panel discussions over the past week, is not focusing on only the reporting and the disclosures, but actually getting to action and strategy and trying to drive transformation sooner than later. Well, so that there is something to report, exactly. That's a key point, and I think that comes through in this. And another key thing, I think, is the iterative nature of the application of these frameworks. They are complicated. Businesses are going to have to build up capabilities. They're going to have to probably hire people and consultants like hopefully like us to help them through this journey. But there's things that they can do now. They can get started on. But the idea is that this has to be an iterative process. You're not going to get it right the first time, but if you wait until you do get it right, then it's going to be too late. And I'll say one other thing that I think I found really important, and it might be kind of hidden in the text, but it's this concept of, as a corporate, looking at how financial institutions and the capital markets are viewing your business and your business activities in your sector. So, looking at the approach that they would be taking to assess you within their portfolio. Because what that does is it gives you a clear indication of how you're being perceived. And then it almost allows the company to think about, well, how am I going to control the narrative here? How am I going to focus in on the things that I need to talk about in my disclosures to help differentiate our business if you are taking action and implementing strategy. So I think that's a really key point, is to sort of encourage businesses to think about how they're being perceived by the banks and by the capital markets, so that they can really focus in on what they need to disclose.
Great, thanks, Dan. I think you point to the very important aspect that companies are all over the map on the maturity curve for readiness for this. They can recognize it because it's been designed deliberately to follow their climate journey in a company, but they still have to get started. I just want to do a quick check. How many people here in the audience are from a company? Okay, so we've got a few. And how many are from the finance sector? All right, so let's turn to the finance sector next then.
All right,
Our
there's
one
pressure now.
representative, exactly. Because these need to be interconnected, right? The finance sector needs to be able to recognize good performance and strong accountability and governance, and yet it has to apply some of this to their work as well. So how do you in the Rabobank look at the use of this, and does it feed into your capability to provide, for example, innovative finance mechanisms? Or tell us more about how you want to use it.
Yeah, that's a very extensive question, but I'm going to try to answer. Before I do that, I would like to really say that it's fantastic to see that the topic of nature is so high on the agenda at this COP, which is, for me, fantastic. Since COP15, I think Climate Week was all nature. COP28 is all nature, which is fantastic. So I just wanted to say that. Now I'm going to try to answer your question. Well, Rabobank, we are a food and agricultural bank operating globally. So we finance farmers, we finance food companies, processors, traders. And in the food sector, of course, nature is extremely important. We're dependent on it, but there's also risks to it. So within Rabobank, we started with a climate program a few years ago. So last year, we have reported our Road to Paris report. But quickly after that, we realized that it's not only climate, it is also very much nature. So then early this year, we started our nature program. We were part of TNFD in the very first stages. We already worked with TCFD. And I think these kinds of tools are really helping to align those two, because within Rabobank, we also try to align our nature program and our climate program. So I think this is very, very useful for that. And another thing, I think, because our scope 3 is our clients. And if we are aligned on the same methodologies, on the same frameworks with our clients, it makes life much easier.
Absolutely. So this helps drive that alignment. And there's been, Nigel, you said it in your opening comments, the level of collaboration on this agenda has been unprecedented, I would suggest. And we've learned a lot from the climate journey to be able to do that and to move quickly. And Eva, you've led a lot of that collaborative space on this agenda. We've partnered a lot on what it means to put the type of guidance together that the Accountability Accelerator has now put even more to. But how does the guidance and the support that Business for Nature helped lead together with other partners fit in with this? And how do you see this moving forward?
Thanks so much. I think what's really helpful is to think about, well, always frame it into what actions are companies and financial institutions going to take right now. We have these widely accepted resources, and the Navigator is now going to be one of the complements to this toolbox. Together with WBCSD, the World Economic Forum, Business for Nature, and our partners in September, we launched these 12 sector-specific actions that hopefully you all know. Truly unprecedented, and it just gives this comfort to companies that are starting out that they can rely on that resource, and that others, that it builds on that consistency. And it also, those sector actions help companies cut through the complexity and practically leapfrog over some of the details so that at least you can start on with the action. At the same time, we also have now launched Now for Nature, which focuses on companies having a strategy, a forward-looking plan for how they're going to contribute to halting and reversing nature loss by 2030. And we're going to demonstrate the exponential momentum in the business and finance community by gathering those strategies on nowfornature.org up until 2030. We're learning from climate, as you said, in the sense of after the Paris Agreement, it took quite a while. There were so many thousand flowers blooming all over the place that it meant that it was actually harder, potentially, to then align and not only align, but converge on what companies should be doing. And we've now developed this the Nature Strategy Handbook in multiple languages really quickly after the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework, to say this is, so countries are developing their NBSAPs, business and finance developing their own strategies, and together we can see how that is adding up, because business and finance have to contribute to this nature positive world, which is the mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Just really quickly on the nature climate interaction, we know that nature is a must-have in any credible climate plan, and the same is equivalent. We're seeing discussions here in Dubai about the NDC, NBSAP alignment, and how basically we would want governments to have aligned strategies, but then that means that business and finance have to have aligned strategies too. And this is where, as a foundation for some of this, they need to rely on navigator tools.
Yeah, Eve, I think you've laid this out nicely. In September, we launched this really together, collectively. We launched this unprecedented suite of tools, how to get started with wherever you are in the journey. Now comes, here's how to navigate all of these different pieces in ways that you recognize. And Business for Nature has now let out the next wake up moment of, it actually takes a strategy to move this forward, and here's ways to help get that going. So this step-by-step build out really drives this momentum and acceleration. And I want to come now to Angela, because Natura, you've been a real leader in this regenerative nature business space, unquestionably, and leading in parts of the world that are under an intense microscope, engaging with indigenous communities, working in the Amazon rainforest, among other conservation cautious spaces, and yet have also stayed at the forefront of these many initiatives that are driving accountability. How do you see both Natura as well as other companies leveraging the type of tool that now the accountability resource provides?
Okay, so thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really happy of being here and knowing Navigator. For us that are generally Natura is in forefront of all this alphabet soup, and it really helps us a lot to understand better, to see where you have connection between the whole tools, and also to explain to other people, even inside Natura, what are all these sort of different initiatives that we are always engaged with. For those who don't know Natura is a Brazilian multinational cosmetic company, one of the top 5 beauty company in the world. We have 3 brands. Is Natura one of them? The second, Avon, and the third one, The Body Shop. I bring this to you. It's a moisture cream because we had a panel yesterday, and Eva was so lovely to me. And for Natura, it's always important to say that it's not possible to see climate action without nature. Nature was always in the center core of our innovation, of our business. And by saying that, we always need to work with this kind of things together. So Natura has developed now about 25 years ago. We started working with Amazon rainforest communities. We currently have 42 communities working with 10,000 people. So if I could ask something, I would say that the next generation for Navigator would be to add the social aspects, because we started to talking a lot about that. And as we've seen regeneration in our strategy, it's impossible to talk about keeping the standing forest without taking care, without promoting living waging for the communities that live within the Amazon rainforest. And it's such a lovely subject for us to work with as well. By saying finance is super important, we are in a capitalist world. So in Natura, we also developed the integrated profit and losses balancing, in which we monetize all the human capital, the social capital, and the nature capital in order to understand our impact worldwide. So for each $1 of net revenue that Natura has, we have a positive impact of $2.7 in the world. And this is important because it gives us clearly direction in which capital, and very much detailed in which part of the business we should focus on to drive our attention and to have our initiatives. And I would say for us, the main initiative that's the negative part of our system is still the carbon footprint, in which we are working according to SBTi, so far so on, to establish our decarbonization plan. But with lots of actions based in social, nature-based solutions. I'd say that.
Angela, thank you so much. You know, at WBCSD, we get questions a lot. Can you tell us companies who are leading on this agenda? And what you just heard right here is the stellar example of what that leadership looks like. Because Natura has taken it, not just incorporated it into their strategy, but they've understood the financial value that it delivers. And then the second thing, Angela, I want to highlight that you just said is that nature is different than climate in that it is a much more obvious way of keeping people at the center of this. But at the same time, it cannot be taken for granted. We have got to keep that at the focus, because the local community, the landscape, that is where this work takes place, and that's where the meaningful impact is. So thank you so much also for really pointing a bright light on that.
Thank you.
Again, an amazing panel to talk about how we now take our next steps, leveraging these really fast tools and supporting systems that are coming out to drive action. And given that this COP has really been an action-based COP, I hope you all feel that. I certainly do as well. This is the type of momentum that we carry forward. We'll have 3 now big events next year by which we need to show further progress. The CBD COP16, the Australia Climate Positive Summit, and of course COP29 now in Baku. So let's be thinking right now, as I know we all are, what are we going to demonstrate has moved since this conversation here together these 2 weeks, and let's continue our strong partnership to work it together. Thank you so much. Do you want to take, Natasha's, do you want to take questions now? Do we have time? I wasn't clear. Don't leave yet, panelists. The fun part starts now. I hope you all have some great questions.
One of you, roving mic.
I can hand it around. I can pass it around.
Okay. Any questions for the panel?
Hi, it's really a wonderful session. Thank you so much for having it. My question is for Natura. You said your $1 is actually accounting for $2.7. Did I get it right? And the 3 components, it's a natural capital, social capital, and human capital. In order to get that number, 2.7, how did you do it? Is this a kind of what kind of methodology you use? Because we are really trying to find the valuation of natural capital, societal capital, human capital, and if there is already a way you have done it, it's something you can systematize. Actually, we can systematize it. It's going to be really great to get the valuation of the natural capital.
We've worked with lots of institutions, and one of them is Capital Coalition, to define how to monetize, how to evaluate, to have value in all these aspects. So there's a whole methodology. It's not simple. We worked a lot to achieve this, but there are some, how can I say, very good work developed in these institutions. And we can, of course, I can share the methodology with you.
I'm sitting at their board, so I know that there are some methodologies that measuring in quantity is not good enough.
Uh-huh.
To put the monetary value on the each of the capital, that is a huge jump, and it's obvious that you have already, how you have done.
Can you give it to them?
To build on this question, it was 2.7 was the
2.7.
Yeah. I would assume that that's a rather conservative estimate of what you can directly attribute back to the impact, right?
Yeah.
And so did you work, did you try to sort of also talk about all these other impacts or how high it could be, sort of the parts that are not directly or indirectly attributable back to?
So we are, how can I say, Natura is very conservative when we are trying to monetize things. So we worked with the very basic one, and when we define it, this is going to have a super positive value. Say, no, come on, let's be, how can I say, cautious. That's it. So we have the monetization for the use of land, the use of water, the pollution. For you have, how can I say, a complete list, very much detailed of each of these aspects. Of course, it's not it is not easy. To understand if the model is complete. I think it's never going to be a complete model, but we are trying to evolve and discuss this with lots of experts. And more than saying to the world that we have these numbers, we use a lot this tool inside the company to get the projects approved in order to, for example, invest in a community. So I can give you an example for you. When we started buying seeds from the communities, such as Tucumã, in the past we used to buy seeds. Then we said, oh, we need, due to social impact, we developed small factories in the communities in order to add more value to the families. So nowadays I buy the concentrated oil. I reduce the CO2 impact in the transportation of the oil from the Amazon to São Paulo sometimes, that is more than 3,000 kilometers. And this improves my whole model. So more than saying and trying to guarantee that 2.7 is the exactly number, what we want to have it is a monetized model, because in the end of the day, all the systems talk about money, but this brings inside the company to say, come on, it's important for us. Our model is saying that we need to focus on deforestation or to focus in other aspects.
Can I ask a little question? Because what Rabobank is really struggling with is methodologies to measure biodiversity, to measure pollution. So do you have any methodologies ready for that?
No, we have some. We developed it internally with support of some teachers and Capital's Coalition and others. We have some public paper that I can share. For sure, they have my email, and I can share with you.
That would be great.
So this is when it.
Generate a QR code, and we share with you the paper.
So QR code coming for more information. These are always the best panels when the question actually generates a discussion at the panel level. Eva, I know you want to jump in, but
I think that's what the navigator's trying to do, though.
also. Also, exactly. And I think this is Natasha's key point. So I'm going to turn now to another question. Natasha.
Yes, I have a question, and thank you, Angela, for bringing up the people. That was kind of on our list to do in the next iteration of this navigator. My question is, who would be the best partners for this? And I'm looking at Diane and WBCSD and Eva. Who would be best partners to include and add for the next iteration where people would be added into this navigator?
So there is, of course, the work within the Global Commons Alliance on the planetary boundaries, which includes social metrics, so I have to give a nod to that. There is also now the developing TSIFD, the Task Force for Social and Inequality-related Financial Disclosures. This is something that we, among others, are working very closely with to, again, drive alignment and connectivity as these KPIs develop. There was a piece of work called the Business Commission to Tackle Inequality, which started to highlight where are these areas of business-focused prioritization that are moving forward. But it's a space that's going to be needed to be quantified, aligned within these planetary boundaries as well. There's not many, I won't say, working on it yet, but it is going to move very quickly, and we will leverage these collaborative relationships already in place to help support that.
Well, I was going to just build on what Diane said, because I think you said that a lot of the key ones. There's also organizations like Social Value International, Chef, there are a lot. We also have to build on the Social and Human Capital Protocol, which is the parallel to that. So there's so much. But I think Diane really flagged the key ones I would have.
Hi, I'm Silvio Dolinsky from ISO. Actually, if I can indulge me with two questions, actually. One is, we see here two companies, two organizations that are on the leading front. What needs to happen to get the non-converted yet? It's like actually what the challenge is actually, because I've been involved with WEF before. It's like all those companies engage with the WEF, WBCSD. These are companies where the CEO, the manager already believes in it and they are behind it. It's like, in your experience, PwC, maybe it's like you're based on any of the panelists could share insight what we need to do to bring the other ones for another. The second is about SMEs. It's like, because again, we are talking to large companies, organizations. It's like, how do we bring the SMEs along this journey? Thank you.
I'll maybe touch on the second question first. But I think we can't expect that the SMEs are going to be able to completely adopt all of these frameworks and standards and to do the same level and extent of disclosure that a company like Natura would be or Rabobank. I think there are really good examples already of how SMEs can be brought into a kind of a value chain in terms of controlling risk and managing environmental risk through things like standards and certification. And I think there's some work to be done to think about how these existing certification standards, whether it's forestry or agriculture certification or even mining and extractives, for example, can also better align with these disclosure requirements, so that a company that's trying to look down its value chain and get the information that it needs to understand where its dependencies and impacts are, et cetera, can get that information from the company's reporting through their certification. So it's something that we've been engaging with organizations like FSC or SFI, some of the forestry standards, to start thinking about how they can incorporate into those certifications the disclosure, the metrics, the things that companies will require. So I would suggest, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of certification. I think it's a very important part of this whole ecosystem of frameworks.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Dan, if I can, if I may, on behalf of the panel, I think that is actually the point of the Accountability Navigator, making it much easier. And it builds on the tools that Eva has referenced that launched in September that give guidance to companies at any size, sector, region, on how to move, regardless of where they are. So what we need to do is point companies to the tools that are there and then start continuing to build on them, as Dan was saying, with the next steps that help to certify what that performance can look like.
And to add on that, Rabobank is trying to have these strategic conversations with our clients as well. So we try to integrate nature, climate into the conversations we have with CFOs, which is challenging. But we actually have an internal program to take the bankers along the issues of nature, the issues of climate, and we really try to have that conversation with our clients, because sometimes people ask, why don't you just, go away from financing these polluting farmers? But for us, the reason to actually finance them is to also be able to sit at the kitchen table with these farmers, with the companies, to see how we can transition instead of just walking away and doing nothing. So that nature and climate angle, we really try to, take into account in the strategic conversations we have.
So just build on that, I think we as converted companies, we have the important rule that is to engage our suppliers. And by doing that, we increase the amount of people engaged.
Thank you very much. My name is Marina from WWF UAE. Congratulations, this is a great initiative and very much needed, actually. I apologize, I arrived a little bit late, so I'm not sure if this is covered, so please tell me if this question is relevant. So it's great to see those tools, but obviously for biodiversity risks and impacts, it very much has to go into the granular detail of the site specificity. So I'm just wondering, from your obviously experience, and how would you want to see this toolkit and guidance being translated into the regions? Do you foresee partnerships with local entities, or how do we guide companies as well to, to trickle that down at the site-specific level? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. I think we're going to actually bring it to Mahmoud. So we'll expand the panel.
Everyone is pointing me, but what we don't know is that I have been working a lot with Marina in translating this into regions. So Marina, I will take this offline, but definitely we are going to take the navigator into regions in terms of translation, inclusion, and definitely implementation. So more to come. Thanks a lot.
More to come. Great. Well, let's thank our amazing panel for the conversation here today.
Panel. Is this working? Yes. I would like to invite Natasha Matic one more time for our closing remarks.
What a great conversation. I can keep going at this, and I'm taking lots of notes, so I'll get back to all of you after. So just as a summary, I want to kind of bring out all the different points that all of our speakers have talked about. Nigel started with saying it's complicated and we need to wake up. So it's time to move, shake things up and start taking first action. We also talked about that it's so important to make these resources available before targets and other metrics are out, so that we create an accountability ecosystem before we even have to act, so that there is pressures and also resources available to companies to act. Another point that was brought up is if you can't simplify it, you will not be able to do it. So that's the whole point of this navigator, is to make it simple and easy to access these resources. Collaboration is getting better, and it's key in this process. This came up a few times during the conversation today, and I think the fact that we've collaborated with so many organizations, over 30 organizations were consulted during this process. This includes Business for Nature, WBCSD, SBTN, SBTI, TNFD, TCFD, and all these organizations. You will see them if you scroll through the navigator. They're all consulting through this process, and I think that's very important. This is not the accelerator's product. This is the product of all of our collaboration. The benefit of this, another point that was brought up, the benefit of this navigator is the ability to lay out how all these frameworks align and work together, and how decision-making can happen within companies and financial institutions using these tools. So it's not just what are these tools and where do we start, but how can we make decisions, and how do we manage using this tool. Another important point, which I think is something we talked about, during this process is maturity levels with companies differ, and this tool is made for those who just starting, so it makes everything readily available, but it's also for more mature companies to see how much time it may take them to complete certain steps. Adding people, as we said, to this resource is the next step for us. That's kind of our homework for the next year. But at the end of the day, I think the message here is accountability is key for scaling and speeding up action within companies and financial institutions. If we don't have strong accountability architecture and a strong army of accountability actors all working together to push this from voluntary to mandatory, or to push, even if we don't have mandatory, for action, we're not going to get far. So in order to do that, who's doing all this? It's the NGOs, it's the civil society. All of these organizations that we list here, they're all NGOs working on this. What are we lacking? We're lacking funding. So this is really a call to action for all the philanthropic organizations out there. Please provide resources for these organizations to continue to create these tools and these resources so we can actually make significant progress at speed, at scale. Thank you so much. This was such a fantastic session. Thank you.
Okay, right. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Nature Positive Pavilion for the second session of today. This will be our 54th that we've actually held in this pavilion this COP. And actually, we've just been adding up the number of people who have stood at this lectern, or indeed on those seats over there, who have devoted their time and expertise to the subject matters that we've been discussing here, which of course fall under the nature aegis. And believe it or not, we're at 342 so far. 342 people have spoken in this in this pavilion. It's remarkable. It's been remarkable. But then it's been a remarkable series of things we've had to talk about. And of course, the next thing that we're going to talk about is going to be worked under the aegis of the National Wildlife Federation. And to tell you more about the programme that she wishes to discuss with you is the moderator, and that's Edie Juno, who's the forest specialist at the National Wildlife Federation. Edie, yours.
Hi, everyone. We're so excited to have you here today, so let's just get started. In recent years, we've seen an increased focus on the importance of nature-based solutions, which are defined by the IUCN as activities to protect, restore, sustainably steward, and use ecosystems to address societal challenges, and this is the important part, effectively and adaptively with benefits for both biodiversity and communities. That's what I mean when I say actions with integrity. And we know there's been a ton of energy, in particular around natural climate solutions, that subset of those actions that help us to tackle climate change and its impacts. We've recognized this immense opportunity, particularly in the near term, to draw down carbon and keep it safely stored by preventing ecosystem loss, improving forest stewardship, restoring wetlands, and other activities. And indeed, the IPCC AR6 synthesis report shows us that no other actions besides deployment of wind and solar energy offer as much cost-effective mitigation potential in this critical decade of action. So the enthusiasm here is quite understandable, but as I hope we'll touch on in today's panel, at times, we've also veered into what one might call carbon tunnel vision. So efforts have sometimes focused on carbon drawdown at the expense of ecosystem integrity, biodiversity conservation, communities' preferences, or indigenous sovereignty. And in some cases, we've seen actions purported to sequester and store carbon that fail to do so durably or simply drive emissions increases elsewhere due to leakage. Some of these activities, including those that have been generated, that generate credits in the voluntary carbon markets, have at times undermined trust in this concept of natural climate solutions more broadly. And we need to always be very clear, nature-based solutions can't substitute for fossil fuel phase-out. But that doesn't mean that natural climate solutions don't have a vital role to play. Look, we know we can't achieve our Paris Agreement goals without healthy ecosystems. And when it comes to adaptation, nature-based solutions are some of the most cost-effective and ready-to-implement options that we have at hand. Strategies such as grassland conservation, coral reef restoration, and stormwater management using green infrastructure in cities offer co-benefits that technological adaptation simply does not. Already, communities are feeling the impacts of a warming world. Communities exposed to environmental hazards and pollution, marginalized communities, and vulnerable populations are living these impacts, and they're experiencing these impacts disproportionately. And we know that on land, we are not on track to meet our goals. To halt and reverse global deforestation, we know that grasslands continue to shrink in extent, and along coasts, we continue to lose seagrass meadows, those carbon sponges of the ocean, at alarming rates. Meanwhile, in the last 50 years, wildlife populations have declined on average by about 70%, and we are on the brink of an extinction crisis. So it's clear the need for solutions that address multiple social and environmental challenges simultaneously has never been greater. We need rapid reductions in emissions in all sectors, and we need to sustainably and responsibly scale up renewable energy. But we can engage nature as our greatest ally to address these twin crises of biodiversity loss and climate change. And if we get this right, we will enhance the resilience of communities and reduce inequities and exposure to climate impacts, access to nature, and the benefits that those bring. So let's dive in and explore the types of high-integrity, nature-based solutions and the enabling environment that we'll need to implement those solutions. I'm delighted to invite our panel up to the stage today. So first of all, we have Assistant Secretary Shannon Espinosa. She oversees the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Park Service, and the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives. Confirmed by the United States Senate in June of 2021, Assistant Secretary Espinosa is a member of the Secretary's leadership team and an advisor to the Department and the administration on a wide variety of issues, including historic preservation, park and refuge management, resource and species protection, grant administration, land acquisition, and the implementation of dozens of regulatory programs across the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Park Service. And I will add that she's also a champion for freshwater ecosystems, which are too often left out of these important conversations. Next up, I'd like to welcome Josefina Braña Varela, who serves as the Vice President and Deputy Lead of the Forest Team at the World Wildlife Fund US. In this capacity, she manages and supports the implementation of efforts to halt deforestation and forest degradation in critical geographies. She leads the Forest Climate Solutions for WWF, overseeing a multidisciplinary team. Throughout her career, she has been deeply involved in major international negotiations, and from 2009 to 2013, she was part of Mexico's delegation to the Convention on Biological Diversity, the United Nations Forum on Forests, and the UNFCCC, where she negotiated on land use issues. Welcome. And I'd also like to invite up Dr. Thomas Crowther to the stage. Dr. Crowther is an ecologist studying the connections between biodiversity and climate change. He is a professor in the Department of Environmental Systems Science at ETH Zurich, chair of the Advisory Council for the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and founder of Restore, an online platform for the global restoration movement. He leads the Crowther Lab, an interdisciplinary group of scientists exploring how global-scale ecological systems interact to regulate the climate and collect data to inform best practices for ecosystem-specific restoration efforts. Thank you. So today, we're going to start with a little bit more from Dr. Crowther to kind of set the stage on this conversation around NBS and how it has evolved in the last few years. And then we'll dive into a little bit more depth and with some questions and answers with our other two panelists. So thank you very much.
There we go. That was an absolutely perfect intro, Edie. I feel like I don't really need to get into any of this topic now because it's been covered beautifully. But yeah, I feel like this year has been such an interesting year. There's been, all sorts of conversations around this topic, but the conversation around nature has matured. 5 years ago, it felt like every pledge was around the number of trees, whereas every pledge now is about how much indigenous land rights can we protect, how much conservation can we ensure, and I think it's this enriching of the conversation and maturity of the conversation has been a real development this year's COP that's been quite exciting. I'll go a little bit of background into our journey that sort of got us here. We've as a group of scientists, we've had a rocky road during this journey of sort of enlightenment in the richness of the ecological conversation around climate. So we study the complexity of nature in grasslands, forests, and peatlands across the globe. And we do that because we see the value of biodiversity, as we all do here, in tackling some of our greatest threats, including our rapidly warming planet. But obviously, we're all abundantly aware that there's also been quite a lot of misconceptions around the role of nature, given the tunnel vision that Edie mentioned earlier around this focus on carbon, which gives rise to mass tree plantations that can be cause so much more harm than good. And we've had an interesting journey through that narrative that I'll love to share with you. So obviously we all know forests capture, like all vegetation, captures billions of tons of carbon, which can be stored for millions of years in the vegetation and soil below, which is a vital contribution to our climate fight. And our ecosystems have been doing this for millions of years, and our researchers have been studying these for tens of years. And so it's been really exciting to pull together data sets. For the first time over the last 5 or 6 years, we've been able to get this comprehensive global understanding of the state of our forests. And it started for me in 2015 or the first time we published it was in 2015, where we pulled together data from millions of locations where experts have been studying their forests, and we can study the patterns of diversity, the patterns of structure. And this first study showed, it was a study of the patterns of density. So we could show for the first time that our Earth is home to about 3 trillion trees, which was a nice bit of context when there was a lot of conversation around billion tree campaigns and trillion tree campaigns coming along. But the nice thing about these models is that they also allow us to show where trees can naturally exist on our planet. Oh, actually, we did get brutalized in the media when we accidentally missed the 19 trees that exist in the Vatican City. So I should update the number to 3.3 trillion and 19. But we can also see with these models where trees would naturally exist, which is a very useful thing for our target setting and our context setting. And when we remove all of the urban and agricultural lands and the existing forests, we were left with something which we called the degraded lands. And this gave rise to a moment in our academic process that was both wonderful and devastating. So within these degraded lands, we identified that if we could protect them in the long term and allow these ecosystems to recover, that there'd be room for about 1 trillion new trees, which seemed pretty harmless at the time of doing the research. That could contribute around 1/3 of our carbon drawdown goals, about 205 gigatons of carbon, which was all very exciting. But when the media hit the headlines, we were overwhelmed. It was immediately one of the most controversial topics of our time. And I think many of you will know about of the conversation around the Trillion Trees campaign, because suddenly trees and carbon were front page news everywhere, which was in some ways good. It really increased the awareness of this topic, but it also gave rise to massive misconceptions that I mentioned earlier. So when the World Economic Forum and Trillion Trees campaign emerged out of the world, many people were pledging commitments to the conservation and restoration of nature, but many others, as we know, were seeing a great opportunity to bang a few trees in the ground and not worry about the challenges of cutting emissions and protecting the ecosystems that we have. So this gave rise to some really serious controversy. Unfortunately, this is a beautiful video, but it's not quite working right now. The controversy is around this tunnel vision on carbon. Many people, the message, and I have to take massive responsibility in this, but as a naive 29-year-old scientist talking about the value of trees, we were unbelievably excited to say that nature can contribute, and we didn't for a second realize that that would be translated into planting 1 trillion trees will save the world. And so it gave rise to this massive upsurge of controversy, because these plantations are often used as an excuse to continue emissions, which would cause so much more harm than good. It's also hugely threatening to biodiversity across the planet, because these monocultures are not nature. And this also, in my world, gave rise to a lot of scientific controversy. When I say controversy, I mean I got absolutely brutalized. And this was a really challenging time for the environmental movement, because people linked this controversy around mass plantations with questioning whether nature has any role in the fight against climate change. And it led to this really undermining moment in the environmental movement that I think we've been struggling with for the last few years. You know, every month there's a new article coming out saying trees can do more harm than good, as if not everyone in the environmental movement knows this. But it's important that journalists are still pushing this topic forward to try and avoid those challenging times. But to address this, for the first time ever, scientists this year published, hundreds of scientists across the globe published the Integrated Global Forest Assessment with data from 1.1 million locations across the globe. For the first time, we could build a really comprehensive and robust understanding of this carbon storage potential now. And it was recently published in the journal Nature, providing greater and new insights into the potential for carbon storage that we could additionally store in these ecosystems. So it was like a redo of that analysis, but with much more data and insights. And this gave rise to this new understanding that we could capture 226 billion tons. Again, a staggering number. But the exciting thing about this time is that we knew all the challenges of the past, so we could do some better framing. So it doesn't just show that nature can contribute, or that forests can contribute 1/3 of our carbon drawdown goals, because we could also see how and where that carbon gets captured. So if this is the world's forest in the absence of humans, we've deforested quite a lot, and we've degraded the rest. And that means that the average forest on our planet is only 30% of its full maturity, which means that if we could allow, just conserving those ecosystems and allowing them to recover to maturity, can represent 61% of our carbon drawdown potential. It is the greatest contribution of our carbon drawdown needs, and the remainder can be achieved by equitable development, empowering millions of local communities and populations on the ground who are the stewards of nature to promote the revitalization of biodiversity in degraded landscapes. But it won't be achieved by monocultures. I know everybody here knows this. The power of nature is in its biological complexity. That's what gives these ecosystems their sustainability. And so for the first time, we were actually able to calculate the contribution of this biodiversity, showing that diverse forests capture over 50% more carbon than a monoculture would. We would be losing massive proportions of this carbon storage potential if we were to do so with mass plantations. And this means that biodiversity can contribute 1/3 of our carbon drawdown goals. Wonderful news. But obviously, we need to, as Edie mentioned, remember that this cannot be achieved without emissions cuts. And again, we were able to calculate what it would mean if emissions continue to rise in the way that they do, what that would mean for the potential of forests. Obviously, if we continue emitting, fires, floods, droughts, and devastation are going to continue to deplete these ecosystems, so that potential would be 1/3 less by 2030 if we continue on this trajectory. This time, though, the message came through crystal clear in the media, which gave rise to no controversy, and I was delighted. But I was much more delighted about the scientific consensus that emerged. We had scientists saying, I'll get out of the way because this is the only thing that matters, that the findings provide new clarity and consensus. We had people saying these take-home messages were foundational and correct, but by far my favorite comment was from our harshest critic in 2019, who summarized the work of 400 scientists over the last 4 years as reasonable, which I am, that's a win for me as a scientist. That's job done. I can pack up and leave now. So these forests are important in helping 1/3 of our climate goals. But again, to come back to Edie's point around the tunnel vision, and again, I know we all know this, but we must consistently repeat this point, that is only a tiny part of the value of these ecosystems. They contribute so much more. These are our biodiversity goals, our equitable development, climate adaptation, resilience, all the things that people need to survive come from nature. And that means we cannot be doing these mass plantations. We need to, as a first focus, companies and governments need to be looking into their own deforestation rates, taking steps to end deforestation within their supply chains, and then we must be taking every step to restore what we possibly can with diverse ecosystems. And that doesn't mean banging a load of trees in the ground, because often those trees might just die if they are popped into the ground without the limiting factors, which include the healthy microorganisms that are necessary for plants to grow, the animals that are necessary for distributing nutrients and seeds and spores, and the humans who are the stewards of healthy ecosystems, and they are integral to the functioning of these regions. So we try to summarize in that paper the sort of basic finding, or the basic take-home messages that companies need to be thinking about when they do invest in nature. It's not just about planting a load of trees so you can, you've ticked the box. The first thing needs to be refocusing the goal. It's not just about carbon. In fact, if your goal and your target is based around carbon, you can easily get there, or you can seem like you're going to get there with things that devastate biodiversity and human well-being, and therefore you'll be doing much more harm than good. However, if your targets are focused on biodiversity and human well-being, you'll get loads of carbon as a wonderful byproduct. It's the byproduct, not the goal. The other thing we stressed is that these projects have to be community-driven. And again, I realize everyone knows it, but we must stress it once more. The scientific community wholeheartedly supports this. This isn't about buying up a load of land and planting trees. It's about distributing the wealth on our planet to the millions of local communities, indigenous populations, farmers, foresters who are the stewards of nature on our planet. And we need to do this in a transparent way. For years, transparency has been the excuse that people can avoid. We say, oh, look, it's too hard to do my supply chain because we don't have the data, we don't have the satellites. Absolute nonsense. There is abundant tools available for projects and organizations to be doing this. And we've seen a lot of great movement I've seen from the countries this year in pledging their commitments in a very transparent way using the tools that are available. And I wanted to highlight one of those tools that's been built by those hundreds of ecologists that I mentioned earlier to try to help people in doing so. Because we need to be distributing wealth to these millions of local communities. The challenge is finding where those local communities are and supporting them in transparent ways. So we built this organization, this not-for-profit organization called Restore, which Edie mentioned earlier, which is now being used to track a lot of national level pledges and a lot of company level pledges, but really it's all about focusing on the ground. So it's built for farmers and indigenous populations who can draw around their land and immediately gives you free insights into the species that grow there, the carbon and the water dynamics, and how those things are changing over time. This is a free thing that immediately everyone gets access to. And the nice thing is that through this bottom-up process, we've not yet engaged in any form of marketing or publicity, and we've got around 160,000 local communities using Restore. Again, these are not people that we are not doing these projects. These are the people just using this tool to display what they're doing. Examples include, one of my favorite examples is Desta, an Ethiopian coffee farmer. You can see he does his work in the Cafe region where there's been huge deforestation so that coffee trees can grow, but his beautiful farm, as you zoom in, you can see that it's just lovely little coffee plants growing under the canopy of a beautiful, rich forest, which traps water and nutrients so that the coffee trees grow well without the need for fertilizers or irrigation. And as a result, all the farmers in the local community are doing the same thing. Now, nature is the economic preference, so it's revitalizing. That is how it works. And so on Restore, Desta gains access to ecological stuff like the carbon and the biodiversity. But more importantly, he can show any customer exactly where they're getting their coffee from, which means customers are now engaging in the restoration process with every coffee they drink. And he tells me that his sales have gone through the roof since he's been able to provide this level of transparency. So it's an economic incentive to be transparent for the good projects. And that means the community's thriving. And there's even the school is starting to protect the local forest so that they can grow coffee trees within. There's another example here that I really want to sort of leave on. This was a group of farmers in Indonesia who were in a floodplain of a region that was experiencing more and more and more weathering, and they were losing huge amount of crops. What they did is they simply put rows, I say simply, I'm sure it was an immense amount of work, rows of organic material so that would sort of hold back the tide and allow mangroves to grow in these rows. And that process was incredible because it increased their yield, increased the productivity of their soils. But more importantly, loads of other farmers started doing it, which has protected the entire floodplain with thousands of livelihoods across the floodplain behind. And that's obviously a spectacular contribution. But the cool thing is, on Restore now, they have become a collective, so they can get all these ecological insights across the entire region. So you can see that they're saving thousands of species of plants and amphibians and birds and mammals. They're getting huge amounts of carbon. I think that, thousands of tons, 20,000 tons of carbon in the soil is being protected by those people. And it's incredibly exciting to see that there's hundreds of thousands and soon to be millions of these initiatives across the globe, which is why Ethiopia and Costa Rica and 6 other countries are now using it for their national level biodiversity and carbon reporting. And they're doing so in a very transparent way so that everyone everywhere can engage in the process. And that's what we need all organizations to be doing. We need to be stepping in, leaning in to community-driven restoration and conservation in a way that's fully transparent so that everyone in the entire world can start to engage in the process. It's only when we're all engaged in this process that we can channel the flow of wealth in the right directions so that we can build a truly ecologically sustainable environmental movement. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Thomas. Really appreciate that overview of kind of how this conversation is changing, and especially on that emphasis on the mitigation aspects. So I wonder if we could turn to Assistant Secretary Estenos. I know that the Department of the Interior does a lot of work on kind of the adaptation side of things and has had some exciting announcements this week as well. But can you tell us a little bit more about the community and wildlife supporting nature-based climate actions that take place in the Department of the Interior, and how we're implementing these at different scales as well?
Good morning, everyone. So for the last couple of years, the Biden administration has really leaned into nature-based solutions, and under Secretary Holland's leadership, so has the Department of the Interior. And so we're working at a number of levels to both invest in nature-based solutions, specifically at the project level, but then also working simultaneously, as I said on a panel yesterday, to dye into the wool of the agency a nature-based solutions mindset and thinking. I have a saying in my office that when it comes to organizations, culture eats strategy for breakfast each and every single day. And so it's not enough to come and you take these jobs and try to do really great work for for 8 years, you have to simultaneously try to change the culture of the organization so that the work continues, that it's durable and it's lasting. So we're working at both of those scales. And so obviously the project work is a little bit more exciting and interesting than the policy framework development work, but it's equally important, and we've made big progress on both. I'll focus on at the project level to talk a little bit about scale. At the Department of the Interior, we're working, and this is very exciting for me. I spent my career in ecosystem scale restoration. I spent 25 years working in the Everglades, restoring the Everglades at an ecosystem scale. And so that's, restoring a major terrestrial wetland, but also looking at the benefits offshore and estuarine conditions, seagrasses, mangroves, and the like, in addition to peat soils, in addition to wetland function. And the Everglades, in many respects, is really ahead of its time because that program is now 30 years old and making tremendous progress. And that's great, and we're working at that scale in other parts of the country as well. But it's equally important, especially when it comes to return on investment. So when you look at ROI, you can actually get really high return on investment working at a much smaller scale. And my favorite example of this are projects that we call Fish Passage, and this really focuses on, Edie mentioned my enthusiasm about freshwater ecosystems, but particularly in the southeastern United States, where freshwater ecosystems we have potentially millions of miles of rivers and streams. I like to say when you look at a river map of the United States, the first thing your eye is drawn to is the mighty rivers of the West, the Colorado, the Columbia, and like. But if you counted up river miles, they are dwarfed by the rivers and streams of the east of the Mississippi. And there are hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of opportunities in that region to restore watersheds and river basins. And some of them you can get very, very high levels of restoration with relatively small investments. I've traveled all over the country to look at where we're doing freshwater ecosystem restoration or watershed restoration, and the amount of enthusiasm that replacing a culvert, a 40-year-old system of outdated inadequate perched culverts that, a community has been dealing with really poor flood protection. Their roads get washed out when you have a high rain event. The river and streams are a mess. They can't fish anymore. And they come in, and for $250,000, we replace those perch culverts with a bottomless culvert. Simple bottomless culvert. And within months, not years, but months, that river or that stream looks like it did before the culverts went in. And the amount of enthusiasm and gratitude and just insight that communities get when they see this happen, when they see this work succeed is really gratifying, and then it inspires them to look elsewhere in their county, look elsewhere in their state for those kinds of opportunities. And as I mentioned yesterday, the federal government doesn't know where these places are. We can't possibly know where these tens of thousands of water structures are across the country, but communities know, tribes know, and they know where we are destroying watersheds and river systems. And if we invite them to tell us where we should be working and where we should be investing, which is what is the approach that we're taking now, then not only are we being effective, but our work is durable then, because it's supported by the community. And it's also helping the community understand the value of getting their river back or getting their streams back. And so I guess my message is nature-based solutions can be effective at a large scale. They can be effective at a small scale. And this idea of them being community-driven, the power of that, is 100% real. It's absolutely real, not only because communities know where the work that needs to be done is, but also you don't have to worry about getting community buy-in because the idea came from the community to begin with. It's really a win-win in the way we should be doing this work in the years ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we can't emphasize that enough. that need for truly community-driven projects is really what we're going to need, whether it's nature-based solutions deployment and also renewable energy deployment. Achieving that buy-in is key. So yeah, I think we've heard a little bit about the science and some examples of applications of these nature-based solutions. So if we could turn to Josefina next. Drawing from your expertise in policy negotiations, can you tell us a little bit more about your work on nature-based solutions in forests and other ecosystems, and what you see as some of the key opportunities and pitfalls right now?
Sure, Edie, and thanks for the invitation to be here with all of you today, and delighted to be with my fellow panelists. Very interesting statements already. What is occupying most of my time these days is how to make sure that we get it right this time around when we see out there the momentum and the resurgence of interest around nature-based solutions. However we call it these days, now it's nature-based solutions, but we were talking about forest climate solutions, or we were talking about REDD+, or we were talking about the power of nature. So for me, it's great to see all this re-emergence of interest, and especially coming from the private sector to support these nature-based solutions. But how to get it right is important, because there's going to be, we're seeing commitments and financial pledges that are on the making, and in the last 5 years, we've seen more and more growth of finance, which is great, and we want that. But we want that finance to be directed to systems transformation, and to make sure that we are really transforming our development paradigm. So nature-based solutions banner, it's clear enough to say we need to, nature-based solutions are to tackle societal challenges, and how we can seize the power of nature to get us to deliver these different goals that Thomas was mentioning, it's very important not to have this tunnel vision. So at the beginning, 3 years ago, I guess slowly after the Paris Agreement, we start seeing like this growing momentum, but business as usual, right? Like Kyoto Protocol era projects, a lot of startups and developments around carbon projects. That is the solution that is going to take us out of the climate crisis. And I think slowly we went around, and there was a reputational risk and a lot of articles in the media that created some stress on investors to bet on nature, and it's the opposite way where we want things to go, right? So what we are working and what I'm doing in WLF is to try to unpack clear messages of what is nature-based solutions, high quality and high integrity nature-based solutions. What does that mean in reality in actionable terms? We know that there are certain values at the policy level, but we need to translate this into the reality. So we published, back in 2020, the first publication we did was a blueprint on corporate climate action leadership, to try to signal very clearly what my colleagues have said. Nature is not an excuse to not decarbonize and not to reduce your footprint, right? Like there's no excuse. We need decarbonization fast and now. And we also need to support nature to get us to that 1.5-degree pathway. So that first blueprint sent a clear signal to corporates saying, yes, great that you are interested in nature-based solutions, and this is how you can maximize your impact, and that this is how you have to do it. First, account and disclose your footprint. Then set a target and start reducing your emissions within your value chain. And of course, dedicate investments on nature, and that investments on nature took us to the second blueprint that we published in 2021, which is a blueprint for high quality nature-based solutions for climate, people, and nature. And that publication makes the clear statement that we should not be looking at carbon as the entry point. As Thomas was saying, it's kind of like the byproduct almost. If you get it right for people and nature, then you will get the carbon benefits. So it's the proposition here is how we look at the landscapes that need immediate intervention. And WF published a report also on the deforestation fronts, and we identified 24 deforestation fronts around the world, 9 of which are in Latin America, by the way. where we need to put attention. That's where deforestation is happening, and that's kind of like where we have to have immediate interventions. And it's easy to look at, if you look at the deforestation fronts, you can see what are the causes of deforestation. Some of them are local, but some of them are global. And commodity production, we all know, is causing a huge amount of deforestation, right? Beef, pulp and paper, palm oil. These commodities are really causing a large problem. So how can we kind of like have this tweezers approach, going back to your question in terms of policy, how we come back from the incentives that we have at the global level. We have the UNFCCC, we have the Paris Agreement, we have the Global Biodiversity Framework, and we have our sustainable goals coming out from the global arena and sending these clear messages and setting these global standards of what we need to do, and how we pair this up to empower action and support action from the bottom up that really help us to find that middle portion in the tweezers approach to find what are the best solutions we can advance. So that's what it's taking most of my time. That we have the publications, but now we are starting to apply these blueprints and show how what high integrity and high quality looks like on the ground.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up, Josefina, would you also be able to talk a little bit more about the importance of engaging Indigenous peoples in these processes, or kind of the things that can go awry when we haven't done so in the past?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm super happy that the Indigenous peoples agenda has been getting the attention, recognition, and traction it deserves along the way in this climate journey, because having been in this UNFCCC process for a long time, at the beginning there was like no Indigenous peoples representatives in these discussions, and decisions were made about land. Right, like it has been 13 years, I guess. Now we have almost Indigenous peoples representatives in every single event that we have here. There's a huge attention, and last year or 2 years ago in Glasgow, there was also important financial pledges for Indigenous people. That's great development, because if we keep pushing solutions that aim to benefit, because I do think that there is like good efforts to benefit Indigenous peoples and local communities, but without engaging them in the design, it's just like an afterthought. You just want to benefit, but you're not asking what it takes and what are the needs. So things are starting to shift, and I think the message has permeated very clearly that for Indigenous peoples, if you want to do something that really matters and that really has an impact, you have to co-develop things. You have to change your mindset. It takes a different approach to just come and go with a project. That doesn't really work. You have to think about long-term partnerships, and you have to think about co-creation, engagement in implementation, and the benefits will flow. Yesterday, I was in the Nature Day celebration with the Global Climate Action Agenda, and there was a colleague of mine that was making the case that we also need to trust Indigenous people, Indigenous people's knowledge, right? Like they have been the forest dwellers for centuries, and somehow we think that we know more than them in terms of what are the solutions that will work. And I feel like we need to take a very hard look at the mirror and say, do we really know what it works? Because so far we are losing forests by the minute. So she was making the plea that we need to listen, but also trust that they can bring solutions that are going to be effective.
Thank you. I think that's very well said. Assistant Secretary Espinosa, we heard a little bit yesterday as well about some, again, exciting announcements from the Department of the Interior on this nature-based solutions work. Lots of commitments around engaging communities, including Indigenous knowledges, and centering equity and environmental justice. So can you share any more about, the parts of this engagement of communities and social outcomes that's exciting you about the department's work right now?
Yes, so our agency is led by Deb Haaland, and so she is the first Native American cabinet member in the history of the United States. So just on the topic of Indigenous peoples, Secretary Haaland, our agency was established in 1849. It has a workforce of 70,000 people, and I think it controls 1 out of every 5 acres in the United States. An institution that big it's difficult for anyone to be a transformative leader of an organization that old and that big, and yet Secretary Holland has done just that. She has been transformational in her. Interior will never be the same again because, first of all, we have an incredibly fraught history. The federal government does with tribal nations, Interior in particular. But you know, she and President Biden have recentered the federal tribal trust responsibility that we have with sovereign nations, and it's really internalizing the sovereignty of indigenous peoples and helping our folks understand that it's deep in our culture to understand that we have to work closely with states, right? We're going to work with the state of Florida, we're going to work with the state of Wyoming or the state of California. That seems super easy for us because they're a sovereign government. Well, we need to understand that our obligations to tribes is just as solemn, and because they too are sovereigns. And so, at the very, very least, you know, that's a bridge that we need to cross. And then, of course, we have indigenous peoples that are not sovereign, and so we have to also expand our thinking and make it deeper than just sovereignty. With respect to indigenous knowledge, I really want to associate myself with this notion of we need to trust indigenous people. We as an agency, we struggle with the word science. The word science is everywhere. I oversee so many regulatory programs, and the word science is in the law, it's in our regulations, it's in our policy documents, and we mean Western science. We do not mean, I mean, you know, that's what the word means, and that's the way it gets interpreted. And so folks struggle with, you know, making, let's say, a regulatory decision about whether, you know, how to restore a landscape or how, you know, plants in a protected area should be harvested. And yet we have indigenous people on the landscape for whom these are ancestral lands who have been managing these landscapes since time immemorial. And yet, in order to employ their knowledge, we want to try to study it for 5 years and subject it to the scientific method. And it's absurd. But we have to get beyond that somehow. And it's the hardest when the word science is in our regulatory frameworks. That's so like in the Endangered Species Act. That's where it's the hardest and where we have the toughest job. Back to your question about community engagement. For me, there's no substitute to being in the country, and I've done a tremendous amount of traveling, and everywhere I travel, my team knows I want to be with communities. I want to listen to what communities are saying about our work, and I'm finding that the most inspiring and rewarding experiences are when we are going to talk about the projects that we're working with community. President Biden, when he set the 30 by 30 conservation goal, he didn't just tell us what to do, he told us how to do it. It wasn't just a mission, there was also a method. He said you're going to do it collaboratively, you're going to do it in partnership, you're going to do community-based design, you're going to do it with tribes. And that method is just a really good way to do this work. And so we're incorporating that method in virtually everything that we are doing now. It really is a culture shift that I feel like we're in the middle of. So anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we can, possibly underestimate how big of a challenge that probably will be, but it sounds like a lot of things are heading in the right direction. So I thought we might open it up to the audience if there's any questions that folks would like to ask our three panelists here today. I think we have time for one or two.
I have a half-formed question, which is kind of more of a caterpillar than a butterfly. And it touches on something you've all referred to, which is about the narrative and the challenging narrative around carbon, and particularly when we start getting into carbon markets. Hang on, I wrote all of this down. I think, Thomas, it was in your presentation that carbon is not the goal, but it's a wonderful byproduct of healthy biodiversity. That's so lovely. Oh, sorry, I'm from the Nature Conservancy, and we are quite often on the, on the first paragraph of some of these less flattering articles. So yes, absolutely, carbon is not the goal, but it's an outcome. There is still a struggle to sell that angle of it as well, though, externally and internally, because, and particularly where, for people who are focused on the carbon market side of things. And I don't know if you have any experience that you would share in, you know, we can't suddenly do a 180 on the narrative, but how have you had success sharing, talking about carbon as a co-benefit?
Yeah, I can give it a try because absolutely, I cannot agree with you more. Many, especially working with corporate partners, the entry point is carbon, always, or most of the time. So what we have been doing through our advocacy and our publications is making the case that we can go for carbon only, but you have to pay for people and nature at the same time. Because if you don't, it's not going to be sustainable. It's not going to be durable. We are not, I mean, we're talking about business as usual, and that's why it exasperates me. This carbon projects, business as usual mentality is very ingrained in people. It's something that people understand, especially businesses. It's a transactional approach. It's something that you kind of buy. So when you tell them, well, I mean, you actually need to move away from your transactional approach and think about it as a partnership. And yeah, you want carbon, we'll give you carbon, but you have to still pay for people and nature. That sometimes people just goes away. And sometimes others try to get more into understanding what we mean by that, what we mean by like moving from transactions to partnerships, because they understand also that depending on what company, right? But they start understanding that the future of their value chain depends on building that resilience of nature. So it's right now parts of the businesses that have like foundations or the sustainability areas of the company don't have a lot of budget. But if you make it a core business of the company, that's where you can start thinking about unlocking the big bucks. The other thing that has worked on our case is looking for ways to find, identify, access, blend, and sequence finance, right? Like we're trying to become more sophisticated on how we think about finance. So you can have different funding sources in a given landscape, realizing that theory of change for that landscape. So kind of like we're trying to flip things around instead of going after the funding donor by donor, and this donor wants a hippopotamus that wants to be like with a pink tutu, and this other donor wants, and we are always trying to bend forward. So what we are trying to do is shift things around and say, okay, we live with what the landscape needs. These are the landscapes where we are working, and this is what the landscape needs, which are the donors that are appropriate for that landscape. And that has also provided an opportunity for us to blend finance in the way that, for example, we can have a multilateral source of funding like a Jeff project that provides funding for certain aspects of that theory of change of the landscape. And then we have foundation supporting things that are not suitable for private sector finance. And then a corporate partner will be like, oh, okay, so actually it's less risky for me to go into this landscape, but there's other actors that are already kind of like investing here. So it's kind of like the safety in numbers. So that has worked. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I would just to weigh in, completely agree. One thing I despise is people saying, oh, don't worry, we're doing people and nature as a co-benefit. There's wonderful co-benefits. That is 100% the wrong way around. It's completely backwards. But I think you can get, I've enjoyed conversations, I had a fair bit of traction by saying carbon's the co-benefit. And on top of that, if you have your goals being people and nature, then the carbon will be way more. You'll get more. So, because I know that it's like two conversations. One is the people saying, this shouldn't be about carbon, carbon's bad. The other is often the financial organizations who might not be as so well versed in the conversation who are saying, yeah, but I need to build a market, it needs to be based on a thing, and that's carbon. So if you can explain to them that carbon is the co-benefit and you'll get more when you do the thing goals right, I've found that to be a good conversation.
And I'll just add one last thought, which is that I think of nature-based solutions not as a means, but an end. And there's going to be a percentage of nature-based solutions that are implemented by people and advocated by people who aren't thinking about carbon at all. In fact, the vast majority of projects that we're working on in the United States, nobody's thinking about carbon. They're thinking about fisheries. They're thinking about coral reef tourism. They're thinking about quality of life. They're thinking about ancestral homelands or subsistence. They're thinking about the salmon harvest. They're not thinking about carbon. But when we get it right for salmon and reefs and all of those other benefits and fisheries, we're getting it right for carbon. I think, yeah. So you don't always have to. I mean, it's crazy for me to say that at COP28, but it's just a fact.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Vanessa Munoz. I'm with Hispanic Access Foundation. And my question was, you're talking about partnerships and building those relationships with community, but I was kind of curious about diving deep into your community engagement strategy. So how exactly are you reaching those communities and through what platforms?
Well, mine's easiest because I imagine you'll. Mine is just so I'm a scientist, and we've presented this platform which is available to anyone, but we have about 19 young students and activists around the global south who are just calling people up 24/7, just calling and calling and calling, trying to find indigenous leaders or farmers or people in the nearby communities who are doing good things, and having that personal connection with the people who live in the regions is a game changer for us. It's like that personal connection, speaking the same language, having the right experience in life. It's how we're building the community process. So definitely any efforts to market or do communications has been pretty irrelevant. It's those people that are around the global south that have been building our community. Yours is
No, I think it's an excellent question, and it's a challenge for big agencies, to engage at to engage on many levels. And we're, we are primarily engaging through networks of organizations, and like Hispanic Access Foundation, for example, who can then connect us to community leaders. So it's sort of a graduated, effort. We, like I said, I spend a lot of time out in the country, meeting directly with communities, and so that's a big piece of it. I'm finding personally that, oddly enough, like, social media is not super effective at all. It really is about human-to-human contact and figuring out which institutions and which communities are really the important institutions, and it's not uniform at all. You might find that really who you need to be talking to are faith leaders. You really need to be talking to faith leaders in communities. Or you really need to be talking to specific civic organizations that are super active, children's health organizations that are really in the community and can engage community. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, and because of that, I think that makes it hard for big bureaucracies to do. So it's a constant effort to always do better. But really central to the success of this approach.
And then quickly on our side, WLF, it's very decentralized organization, so we have country offices in different places, and these offices really set their own relationships, and these are offices that are there long term, right? Like, they are established and they're developing the relationships with the local stakeholders. So the way we do is we have like global principles for WLF, but the reality is there's no one size fits all. Like, you have to work with the conditions. The other thing, just to highlight quickly, is what we normally try to do is be very respectful of the of recognizing the self-organization principles, right? Like, they need to organize themselves and tell us how they want to engage. It's versus also imposing and choosing, you're going to be here and you're going to be there. No, they have to be determining how they want to engage with us. And that has been a very important principle that is important to establish these solid and durable relationships. It takes time, but you have to do it.
Can I add just one more? On that point, because I want to emphasize that point. One of the things we're finding in many communities, particularly underserved communities, is a capacity issue. It's a organizational capacity issue. So you're right. Communities need to do self-organization, but there are places, in the United States where communities don't have the capacity to organize in a way that that the federal government in particular can interact with. So our grant making, our grant programs are incredibly difficult to navigate, and we're trying to simplify those. But to successfully score a grant with the federal government, it takes a tremendous amount of capacity. And so part of what we're trying to do is work through networks that can help bridge the gap between the resources we have available and the communities that actually need them. And that is not strong enough. Those networks are not strong enough, but they're getting stronger every day.
Thank you. I think, that's hopefully a place where environmental NGOs like the National Wildlife Federation, where philanthropy can help to build that capacity to be able to empower communities. But yes, so important to build those relationships and continue to get that funding and money and those projects to be community-led. So we're coming up on time, and just as a last little question, a lightning round, I want to ask each of you, or any of you, whoever feels inspired, what happens if we get this right? So I'm borrowing this question from Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, who's a marine biologist, policy expert, and climate thought leader, and she has a forthcoming book with that same title. And the hope is to end on a bit of joy, inspiration. What is it that we've achieved if we have this, successful implementation of nature-based solutions that really do benefit biodiversity and community, alongside all those other things we talk about for, getting to our Paris goals? But what have we gained, and why is this all worth striving for? So.
Very quickly, I think if we are successful, we shift our development paradigm to sustainability, and we reconcile our relationship with nature and with our planet.
I would say we have taken a step towards helping climate, but most importantly, we will have resilient ecosystems and landscapes and communities who are dependent on those landscapes and who are emotionally and spiritually connected to those landscapes. And we are valuing the things that really matter rather than individual parts of nature that have been that have led to the demise of the present day.
And I guess I'll just steal a quote from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, who's the mother of Everglades restoration. She says, we may get to keep the planet. I mean, that's the bottom line if we succeed.
Yeah. That's such a great note to end on, and I don't think I can say it better, but we're talking systems transformation. We're talking about a paradigm shift from carbon as the goal to carbon as a co-benefit, and to nature-based solutions as an end and not just the means. But thank you all so much. So grateful for your time and insight today, and really appreciate it.
2, 2, 1, 2. And t, t, t. 1 and 2. And testing 1 and 2. 2, 2, 2. Testing 1 and 2. and tick, 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 and two, 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 two. Two, 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 two. Two, 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 one, two, two, and testing. One, two, 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 and testing. One, two. Two, 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 two.
hacking into the AV, so we're good now. We're good now. Yeah, all right. Okay, welcome everybody to this afternoon's first session here in the Nature Positive Pavilion, a pavilion run by a consortium under the Nature for Climate banner, of whom, of course, today's hosts for this particular section, the Nature Conservancy, are a member, of course. And I have nothing more particularly to add. If you would like to register, there on the seats in front of you, there's a small little QR code. Please do just that. Thank you. Do sit down, yes, wherever you wish. And it only remains now for me, please, to introduce to you Tom Eisman, who is the moderator for the next event. Tom is Director Water Scarcity and Drought Resilience at the Nature Conservancy. So, Tom, all yours.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Nature Conservancy, I'd like to welcome you all to the Nature Positive Pavilion. My name is Tom Eisman. I work on water and food issues for the global program of the Nature Conservancy. Today is Food, Agriculture, and Water Day here at COP28. So it's no accident that we're going to be exploring the topic of adaptation investments, and specifically at the nexus of food, water, and nature. Between the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, the Global Goal on Adaptation, and the Freshwater Challenge, we know that food, water, and adaptation has been at the center stage here at COP28. And a connective tissue between all of these themes is nature. We know there can be no productive food systems, no water security, no resilient communities without healthy ecosystems, without nature. And while we're hopeful that water and food systems will be included in the negotiated frameworks that emerge from this COP, it's important to note that the world has not been sitting idly just waiting for direction. Around the world, there are creative and inspiring investments happening at the food, water, nature nexus that are being made at the community, country, and regional levels. These are investments that are building more productive food systems, improving water security, and helping communities become more resilient to a changing climate. Policymakers, public and private funders, corporations, and NGOs have been investing on the ground to drive adaptation efforts forward. And we're lucky to have a handful of these leaders here with us today who will share some of the bright spots, reveal barriers for advancement, and importantly, put it all in context within this week's negotiations. Each comes with their own perspective of what's working best, where future investments need to flow, and how to scale. And with that, I'd like to invite our expert panel to take their seats. If we could go to the next slide, please. Panelists, here are your seats with microphones that invite you to join. First, we have Ewan Andrew, who's the president of the Global Supply Chain and Procurement and Chief Sustainability Officer at Diageo. Jason Spenceley, who's the Senior Climate Change Specialist with the Global Environment Facility. Patty Fong, Program Director, Climate and Health and Wellbeing at the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. Jahan Chowdhury, Global Lead for Environment and Climate at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And I'm not sure if our fifth panelist has joined us yet, Nabil Kadri. He is the Superintendent for Superintendent of Environment and Management at the Brazil Development Bank. And we are waiting for him to join. We expect him shortly. We're going to have a discussion with our panelists to start, and then we will be joined by Chiara Colombo of the International Water Management Institute to share reflections on some of the announcements today, including on water-resilient food systems. So with that, I'd like to turn to our panelists and just give each of them a moment to introduce themselves, what their organizations do, and how they're connected into food and water adaptation issues. And we'll start here with Ewan.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to start just with a thank you to the Nature Conservancy. Do a huge amount of work with us around the world in our 12 priority water basins on water action and conservancy. So thank you for the invite today and for your partnership. So I'm Ewan Andrew. I am the Chief Sustainability Officer, and I also am the Chief Supply Chain and Procurement Officer for Diageo. Diageo is a multinational global beverage drinks business. You recognize us more by our brands, so Guinness Beer, Tanqueray Gin, Don Julio Tequila, to name just 3 of 200 brands. We operate across 200 countries across the world. And the reality for us is our key dependency of our business is water and food crops. So agave on tequila, cane sugar for rum, barley for Scotch whisky. So we're acutely aware that as water becomes less available, food demand increases significantly, then we need to think about our key dependencies and the impact that we have on it. But we're also a company that's been doing this for many decades now, making significant strides in our own operations and more deeply into our value chains on both water and carbon. And now we're very much more into, rather than focused on just our factory efficiencies or our suppliers' performance, we're talking and engaged in our strategy around about landscape transformations. Because you can have the best factory in the world, the most water efficient, lowest carbon, but if the system around you starts to deteriorate, then the communities that you engage with, the consumers that you sell to, these things all start to break down around you. So we're doing it for, operating for bringing society up within the planet's boundaries, but also our business won't survive unless we do these things well.
Hey, did you bring any tequila with you?
I always have that question and always say no.
It's a little too early, but we can talk later. So in terms of our work, we do many things, but I want to focus on 3 particular areas. The first one is we take climate finance very seriously. So 40% of our entire portfolio investment is considered as climate finance. So that would be approximately $1.4 billion. And this is not about climate mainstreaming. This is about demonstrating additional benefits when it comes to climate finance. The second point is 90% of our climate finance is considered as adaptation finance. We are a financial institution, which means we are mainly dealing with loan. So imagine the complexity of the sector where we are trying to provide loan to the government who are supposed to take this as loan. So we obviously need to demonstrate the business case behind our adaptation financing. And the third is we are also working as assembler of finance, and that is essentially how do we blend our resources with the resources of Adaptation Fund, GEF, GCF, and other multilateral and bilateral entities. So assembling finance is critical for us. Then the question is, who is getting this finance? The answer is we are targeting smallholder farmers. And the current situation is not so good. So if you look at the data from 2019-20, 0.8% of the total climate finance actually had flown to the smallholder farmers. That's 0.8%. And if you take the absolute value, that's $5 billion. So that's $5 billion, and we spent approximately $27 billion on McDonald's products last year. So that's the perspective. 0.8, 5 billion going to 500 million smallholder farmers who are producing 1/3 of the food that we are eating. That is precisely the problem that we are trying to solve. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the invitation. Jason Spenceley, I'm with the Global Environment Facility, the GEF. As you may know, the GEF is a multilateral funder servicing as part or the financial mechanism for multiple conventions. The Climate Convention, biodiversity, desertification, chemicals, and other areas, generating global environmental goods and adaptation benefits. We have a strong focus on climate adaptation and resilience. We have a couple of different trust funds. The Least Developed Countries Fund supports each of the 46 least developed countries with $20 million in this current round up until 2026, 2022 to 26, as well as a strong focus on small island developing states, and a keen focus on innovation, technology and private sector engagement, de-risking through blended finance modalities, helping the finance sector and businesses be more climate resilient and adapt to the reality of climate change, and getting finance in the hands of smallholder farmers. On adaptation, our two strongest sectors are agriculture and water. You might not be surprised for obvious reasons. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Patty Fong with the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. We're an alliance of philanthropic foundations. So we're not a foundation or a re-grantor ourselves. Rather, we are, as the name implies, alliance. So it's our members of major foundations, diverse in many ways. They fund from anything from rural livelihoods to climate change to nutrition and health to food systems to climate. And they're coming together to learn from one another, but also we're engaged in global forums such as these to really promote what we mean by food systems transformation, which is really guided by a set of principles. And maybe I'll just give a plug that the ways in which we work, we're creating new insights. For example, a few weeks ago, we launched a paper called Power Shift and Why We Need to Wean Our Food Systems Off Fossil Fuels to highlight the interdependency of especially global industrial food systems and fossil fuel systems. And it's embedded throughout the value chain from input production and its reliance on fossil fuels, all the way through the high and growing increasing energy intensity downstream through processing, ultra-processing of foods. And at least 15% of fossil fuels burned annually is burned within food systems. So there's a huge area. Another way that we work is we work to align foundations. So we've also just launched an announcement by 24 foundations committed to working together around transforming food systems to be more regenerative, more agroecological, and actually looking to leverage public and private sources of finance so that we can actually increase the amount of money going into these alternative systems by tenfold.
So, good afternoon all. My name is Nabil. I am the Deputy Managing Director for Environment of BNDES. BNDES is the Brazilian Development Bank, national one. We are a 70-year-old bank, and the agenda of environment in the bank is established since the end of the 80s. So just before the Rio 92, we established our environmental unit and climate team. And since then, we are very linked to mobilizing resources for the mitigation and adaptation agenda. Once we are managers of the National Climate Fund and managers of the Amazon Fund. The Amazon Fund is the biggest REDD+ fund in the world. It was created even before the Paris Agreement and before the Article 5. So we did this innovation to be as an example for other countries. So we managed it. We received donations from 5 countries. The first 2 were Norway and Germany, but this year we are very proud to have on board United Kingdom, United States, Switzerland, Denmark, and European Union. So this is related to grants, but the bank is a very huge bank. We do loans for many sectors, infrastructure, and what, again, as the other panelists can talk about many of these things, but I will choose to very briefly exchange. Related to food systems, we had in Brazil the region, the semi-arid region with the most populated in the world. So it's the semi-arid, the Caatinga, is the place that we have a lot of people living under the condition of extreme weather and producing foods and having solutions for water systems for more than 300 years. But by now, many other places in the world probably will face the same challenges that they face for these centuries. We are supporting a lot of small farmers there to use the technologies that traditional technologies, and to make the South-South cooperation. So we did a fundraise this year with GCF and IFAD to have a big program in all the 9 states in the region to help these small farmers introducing these technologies to adapt the agriculture and make it more resilient. And there is a component on exchange knowledge with countries in Africa and Asia that we need to explore better in the next years. So this is the 2 examples, the Amazon Fund with restoration and reducing deforestation, and the other one, the mobilizing resources for the Northeast small farmers.
Great. Thank you very much, all. I should have said at the beginning, I know it's the end of a long day on Food and Water Day, and at the end of a long 10 days here at the COP. So we appreciate your all being here. I can understand the temptation to have some tequila here on this panel. We're not going to do that. But I do want this to be a pretty comfortable conversation and really a dialogue among you all and with the audience. And I want to start with a series of questions about integration or intersections. And the first one I want to talk about is really in the theme of this entire panel, but that is about food and water. And several of you mentioned the importance of water to producing food in your supply chains. Jason, you talked about the food portfolio and the water portfolio being some of the strongest on adaptation at Jeff. But a question to all of you is just more about the intersections on food and water. How is it important that we work on these things together? What are some of the things that might hinder us from working in a more integrated way on food and water? And what are some of the opportunities maybe that you see going forward? And anyone can start on this question, Jahan.
Okay, I can. Yeah, talking about 3 o'clock. First 3 days, I was wearing suit and a tie. Yeah. Next 3 days, I took off my tie. And here I am, trying to be pretty informal because it's just so difficult, right? So many different events. And thank you to you all for being here because, my gosh, there are so many things to listen to. Okay, so you asked about water and food. So from our perspective, water and food, we want them to get married. It can be love at first sight, it can be arranged marriage, I don't really care, but it has to be a happy, long-lasting marriage without any prenup clause and without any divorce option. That's exactly what we want. We want water and food to be an integrated process product. Talking about an integrated process product, we have just come up with a COP28 white paper together with NDC partnership. And here we basically presented an investment framework. So what does that framework actually look like? We talked about 4 Bs. So the first B is about benefit sharing. So it's very important for us to know who across the value chain of this integrated process and product will receive the benefits of what we want to actually do. And the benefits should be seen from a programmatic approach. Everybody within the value chain should receive the benefits, starting from the smallholder farmers, to producers, to transporters, to SMEs, to the commercial banks. So it's very important to think about those needs, and those needs should be integrated in the country's NDCs, NAPs, for example. But let's not forget that NAPs and NDCs cannot be implemented unless they are reflected in the public financial management processes of the government, unless they become a key agenda of the finance ministry. So it's super critical that when talking about the needs, we also bring the finance and planning ministries on board. So that's a benefit sharing, identifying the needs and articulating that needs in the national strategy, subnational strategy, and even in projects. The second one is about building. So yeah, we can have the needs, but how do you ensure that those needs are being addressed to? This means generating the pipeline of projects. Now, we cannot just generate the pipeline of projects unless those projects are demonstrating the business case. Now, we have been hearing about business case for ages, right? Why were we talking about business case? Because there's not sufficient fiscal space when it comes to the public sector. So it's important that we provide that consistent and persistent market signal so we can bring the private sector in. So what kind of market signal are we talking about? Agroecology, for example. If you're practicing agroecology, which is essentially a programmatic approach, you are reducing the need for pesticides by 75%. The return, if you can scale this practice, can be 15 to 25% more. There is a business out there of 8.5 billion US dollars. We want to make sure that we are sending these signals in form of building this pipeline. So that is the building part. Third is about bundling. What we have realized through our study that if you're bundling water and food together, you're going to get 5.14% more ROI compared to if you're just taking a silo sectoral approach. So bundling is super important because that gives you the scale and volume. At that point, it becomes an interesting business proposition for the private sector to come in. And we are doing this, for example, with the Egyptian government. They had launched a program called NWAFI, Nexus of Water, Food, and Energy. It's a $2 billion program, but they're following essentially a programmatic, a nexus approach, and making sure that these sectors are talking to each other in an integrated way. And the last one is about blending. We all know about blending. So it's about blending of the public finance resources with the private finance resources. And we have just launched at COP a new program focusing in 4 different East African countries. So what we have essentially done is we have deployed 90 million US dollars as loan, 45 million coming from GCF, 45 million coming from IFAD. And we blended this with the private sector financing. It's an equity bank in East Africa who have brought another 90 million US dollars. The only reason they could bring that 90 million US dollars is because we had deployed risk mitigation instruments through our 90 million US dollars. So altogether it's 180 million US dollars. But blending doesn't necessarily stop there. We also need to think about grant mechanism because grant is important for innovation. Equity Bank is there, but they also need to innovate when it comes to their financial products. What kind of financial products they can offer that can provide nexus benefit to the smallholder farmers. They're not going to do it from their balance sheet. They need additional grant injection to make this happen. So those are the kind of 4 Bs that we are talking about and increasingly trying to promote when it comes to bringing the financing that is desperately needed. Thank you.
Nabil.
Don, once you ask how to link food to water, there are a specific agenda that we are developing for the last years that is very interesting in a concrete case, the restoration agenda, the restoration of forest, the forest restoration. So we've been working on projects of forest restoration for the last 20 years, but the last 3 years we did something new that was really interesting because we managed to find a model to leverage resources from the private companies, the public companies, our own resources to scale up the restoration agenda in Brazil. And most of the companies that came to us to make the partnership were companies related to food and somehow water systems too. Because for them, it's really important to have all the rivers, all the place that the river begins ready and resilient to the new climate conditions. It's not just a matter of stay all the same. No, things are changing. The territories need to be more resilient, and we know that more forest is more resilient to the climate new conditions that we are facing. So for us, this agenda congregates both water and food because we know that in practice, these private companies are very interesting developing it. But we go more than this. When we do forest restoration, we are talking about forest production restoration, because we have a lot of biodiversity in Brazil. When we talk about forests, we talk about products that came from the forest and can be used under the food systems. Many products that are not commodities yet, but some, yes. Cocoa, for example, you can produce in this forest, café, but other products that came from Amazonia or from Mata Atlântica. So both of these agendas are very linked, and we are scaling up this strategy. During this COP, we launched a new initiative, a public call. The resources are really now open to receive proposals, $100 million to construct a restoration arc in the Amazon region, to change the deforestation arc into the restoration, to protect the water and the rivers, and implement these agro systems together to make more food security, better income of the population, indigenous peoples, traditional communities. So for us, an agenda that link both of these subjects, food systems and water systems, are the restoration agenda.
Thanks, Nabil. And I do want to build on that. You've taken us there. I mean, we are at the Nature Positive Pavilion. I asked about food and water, and you took it to restoration, nature, the important role in providing clean water to promote food supplies and healthy economies and communities. So thank you for that. And let me just pivot now the question to also bring in nature explicitly. And I would like to ask any of the rest of you to comment on the role of nature in helping us to adapt to climate change as we look at our food and water supply systems. Jason.
Sure. So thank you. So here we are, 10 and a half days into this marathonic sprint of a COP. And the negotiations in the negotiation ring of this proverbial three-ring circus is in a tough place right now. I just came from the global goal on adaptation. And nature is, and ecosystems and ecosystem health is being pushed to be in it. And this is one of two positive lights. You asked us at the very beginning for positive lights. I have two positive lights right now, despite the challenging place that we're in. One is that the concentric circles, if you will, of nature, climate adaptation and resilience, and mitigation are coming closer together. We're finally following the science. And our human construct of the different conventions are coming together and being recognized in the conventions. Last night, there was a really important joint statement on the value of nature and climate together, made by the current COP presidencies across both the biodiversity and the climate convention, supported by a number of parties. Big, positive standpoint. The other positive thing I'm taking is, you've mentioned blended finance. And it's fantastic that we're here with a company that really cares about your supply chain resilience, because it's key for business and it's key for the world and for your customers. There's an increased realization of this. You know, we used to say in spaces like this just a couple of COPs ago that, oh, no, adaptation, that's a public thing. That's not, that's mitigation, that can be private sector, maybe. Adaptation, nature, no, that's. So there's been an increased sophistication and understanding of this, and the understanding around blended finance, why we need to and how to, is really improving. We're not where we need to be, but it's improving. Look, by some studies, less than 3% of finance for adaptation, and especially for agriculture and water, comes from the private sector. More than 97% comes from the public sector. Now, maybe those numbers are off because there's probably some issues with counting, but nevertheless, the point is we need to do much better on private engagement and adaptation. Why? Because we're aware of the scale of the adaptation gap. The Adaptation Gap Report of UNEP just came out a few weeks ago. $387 billion a year in developing and emerging economies alone. How could public finance is a finite resource, right? We can increase incrementally as we're doing. Well, we're working on doubling, and maybe we'll double again in a few, but that's not going to get to the scale. So we need to be much smarter, much more purposeful about how we blend the precious finite resource of public funds through the GEF, through the Green Climate Fund, through the Adaptation Fund, through bilateral, especially through domestic budgeting processes, as you rightly mentioned, to catalyze private investment and transformation. How can we partner with one of my favorite beers, Guinness, so that your supply chain is more resilient? Because everybody needs that. If the drinks industry collapse, that's not going to be good for our global economy. Okay, so we need to be much more sophisticated about how we're blending. We have increased models about getting capital into the hands of smallholder farmers, whether it's through financial service providers, microfinance, smallholder farmers included in the formal financial system, so they're not getting messed over by the lending, by the money lender around the corner, but getting fair, reasonable rates. Investment funds, which we're really glad to be working with IFAD on and others, and insurance, crop insurance, parametric insurance, thanks to the Nature Conservancy and others for pioneering to insure natural assets for the services they provide. But we need to do much more in that front, and that's another point of light that I take. Thanks.
So just to make the point on finance for smallholders. So the latest analysis found that they're only getting 0.3% of the climate finance is actually getting to them. And part of that is it's stuck in government bureaucracy. Part of that, they're actually not at the table to discuss the mechanisms, how it needs to be structured so that actually they can access it. They're just not even invited into the room. And the discussions are at a level where they just are excluded from that. But aside from that point, when we talk about nature, I want to bring it back to the point about agroecology and how that it's not just, simple, superficial practices like no-till. It's actually mimicking nature. Actually, wholesale changes in our production practices, that's mimicking nature. That's really harnessing the soil biology to hold moisture in the soil. That's going to lead to cleaner water systems. That's going to lead to less runoff, environmental runoff. That's going to lead to, when you've got climate change, they're going to be more resilient. It's already showing that those systems that are already in place, when you have extreme rain, they can actually hold themselves together better than monoculture systems. And so if we kind of separate out the discussion from how do we just do better irrigation to actually what are the systems that are actually being incentivized, and how do we empower farmers themselves to shift, provide the kind of insurance for them to transition, because it does take several years. It's not going to happen overnight. How are we actually supporting them and actually being in discussions with them about what they need to be able to take that risk to start that transition?
I have a micro story if you want me to tell it quickly.
I definitely do. I do want to give you a chance. Obviously, there was an interest in the role of the private sector and recognizing why Diageo is doing this and what you see, not that you're responsible for the entire private sector, but what do you see as ways to enable more of that? And then I do want to come back to this question that's come up, Patty, or this issue that's come up about scales and thinking a little more about here we are at a global conference, but how do we help to support these transitions on the ground with smallholder farmers, or how to think about this question of scale from a COP to a farmer. But first to you in the private sector.
Just listening to everyone, I think a great example from our business, but from the sector of Scotch whisky in general and industry. So one of the areas that we've combined climate, nature, and people is around peatland restoration. So peat is 5 times better at sequestering carbon than trees. It holds the water, as we talked about. That's so important. And the reality for the whisky industry was we did a particular project where we stacked the finance So it was with the ranges called Cairngorm. So it was the Cairngorm Trust, it was the Scottish Government, it was whisky industry players, it was insurance companies who wanted to reduce the premiums for their consumers because flooding was causing major issues. And the reality of the story is the forestry industry further down the valley had essentially cored into the peat, dug trenches and drains to essentially allow the water from snowmelt to run down and help them grow the forestry. But what that means is that now that it's all cut down, or it's not retaining it or needing as much, we get huge flooding that comes down through that water system, right? And it causes significant issues for many communities and many areas. But then we go through periods where we have temperature variation because there's no slow drip coming down through the process, so the water heats up. I can't extract it for distilling because I need cold water, right, to get condensation or to condensate to get the alcohol. And what we ultimately did then was to do a big peatland restoration project. We are baselining and measuring the water dynamics all the way down from the water catchment right throughout to all actors, not just our industry. But the cleverest part of it was the stacking of the finance and bringing together the different people that are going to play a role in that specific landscape to meet the needs of all sectors. And we can come on and talk about it, but as we launch and drive a lot of conversations about regenerative agriculture and making sure that it's really sticky and it really makes a difference in food and water, the key is the assessment of how to get the stacked finance to pay the farmers, to pay the different people in the right way and incentivize them. But we can talk more.
This panel is running itself. I feel like I thought it would be hard to push these integrated themes, but everyone is talking about, finance, scale, nature, water, food. It's great. But I do want to return to this question about scale a bit and talk about, we're talking about food and water adaptation. This is about people on the ground and their health and well-being and livelihoods. I just wanted to hear a little bit, get us maybe out of the context of the COP and think a little bit about how do we do better at having that conversation and making sure we're delivering this in a way that is helping to promote these changes, promote resilience.
Do you want to go first? No, you go. All right. Okay. So I was just listening to the data point today, and it's last year total investment for Nature Positive investment was $200 billion US. Guess the number for Nature Negative investment. Yeah. Any guess? 7 trillion US. 7 trillion. Now, talking about scaling up, I'll give you one example. And this is actually a work that we have done with TNC. It's in Kenya, Upper Tana River Valley. So what we realize is that when it comes to the smallholder farmers living in Upper Valley, because of agricultural intensification, of course, they were using a lot more chemical than what they would usually do. And as a result, sedimentation was going up, and the runoff, water runoff to the down valley resulted in increasing level of chemical. And this was creating problems for organizations, companies like Coca-Cola, because at the end of the day, they need fresh water to do their business. So, so what we did is we provided grant financing to the smallholder farmers at the Upper Valley, and we encouraged them to do agroforestry, sustainable land management practices, and as a result of our small grant investment, it was not a lot, we saw that approximately water flow increased by 45%. People who were living at the downstream level, their income, and the people who were living upstream, their income increased by 50%, and the chemical in the water got down by 13%. So all in all, it was working for everybody. And as a result of this model, there was a creation of a new water utility company because they also saw the business side of the entire cycle. So, and this is exactly the kind of business practices that we would like to scale up. And I think TNC is already doing it. I heard yesterday in China, for example. So I think what is important, especially to attract the private sector, the demo effect is super important. We need to demonstrate that there is a business case and that business case can work. And if the demo effect is there, I think it is possible, given the right policy environment, you can actually scale those kind of practices.
As a former TNC staff member, very proud former TNC staff member, I'm going to quote a Nature Conservancy report, which is one of my favorite reports. It was put out a couple of years ago, but it keeps on ringing in my ear, which was, it's on financing nature and the nature financing gap, and the fact that the single greatest way that we can address the nature gap, and by association, to a large extent, the climate adaptation and mitigation financing gaps, are through removing perverse incentives, the multitude and myriad of perverse incentives, especially including and especially in the agriculture sector. Hard to do, but need to do it. In every country, understanding what all the perverse incentives are and removing them one by one. It's what my boss, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, refers to as policy alignment. Perverse incentives are like shooting ourselves in the foot when we're running the marathon of financing for agriculture and for water and for nature and for all the wealth of benefits it provides. That's one big opportunity. Challenge opportunity. The other big one is, you asked about, COP to local and smallholder farmers. One model that we're seeing from multilateral funds to partnering with private sector to getting funds on the ground for smallholder farmers is investment facilities, blended finance investments facilities that invest in micro and small enterprises. Sounds really challenging, but it's happening, and there is a growing, incipient but growing wave of investment vehicles in this field. The Craft Investment Fund with Lightsmith Group, Jeff put in just $1 million to turn the lights on to this facility. It's now capitalized at $187 million just about 3 years later. A lot of that private for-profit investment, investing in micro, small, and medium enterprises in the global south. Catalyst Fund, a fintech investment facility doing pre-seed capital incubation and acceleration, and there's a wave of others. Landscape Resilience Fund and others. Okay, and then the other one, I'm going to come back again to working with commercial banks and microfinance institutions and getting rates at reasonable, fair, accessible terms to smallholder farmers so that they can transition, because there's a cost to transitioning often. There's inputs they need for their agricultural activities. We need to provide that at fair, accessible terms, so we're de-risking not just the investor, but also de-risking the farmer in their transition. They're our front lines. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason. Nabil had a comment.
Yes, just to share a bit on our experience on that scaling up resources for small farmers. What we saw, BNDES is the second larger financer for small farmers in Brazil, after Banco do Brasil, Brazilian bank, another federal bank in Brazil. Sometimes mobilizing international resources, what we saw, probably we will need to change from the view of projects. And you said one thing very interesting, and I will back on it, to a more programmatic or a program approach mobilization of resources. Because most of the time when you institution will access resources from sometimes GEF, GCF, and all the climate funds, it's in a project base. So once you are in a project base, you need to make all the annexes and things like this and that. So once we migrate from project to a program view, we will look more to frame, transparency, and access. And these three things are the important things. Frame in the sense of taxonomy. what kind of investment I will do with these resources. The second one, a deep transparency for whom and how to decide. And the last one is how to report the use with an external audit. It is simple. One thing that I've been participating to many panels here. More than more than 20. But one thing that I always say is like this: we don't have time anymore. We cannot stay working for projects that took 2 to 3 years to access resources. It's not a matter of time. We don't have time anymore. So we need to have simple solutions to make things happen fast. That's why I say the best way is how to organize the investment in a good frame, the do's and don'ts, a good transparency mechanism, and the audit. And then use the resources and show the results. So we need to look more to the result and not to the process. And we are losing a lot of time under the processes and not on the results. That's why many of our new blended finance, for example, we talked a lot on blended finance here. We launched a public call on blended finance in Brazil last year. Most of the things that Brazil do to small farmers since the beginning of the 80s are blended finance because it's low interest rate from public policies to leverage private resources to support this production. We're doing this for decades. But a very difficult thing to do is how to do a really hybrid instrument. And when I say a hybrid instrument, is a contract that you have different regulators on it. You have equity, guarantee, loans under the same contract. This is not easy. And we are facing this now with these cases. But what we feel, once we finish the first, that's why the models, how to make a study case and then scale up it, look into the simplicity, and then patronize, make it in another scale. So what we learned is that try to make as simple as we can. And the second thing is that sometimes difficult operations can help us to bring solutions for scaling up. We need not to be only in the pilot. Every time that we will do a pilot, we need to think this must be scaled up and not have only good results in this territory or for this reason. So this is something that we are doing, and just to share with you.
Thanks, Nabil. I see Patty has a comment. And then I do want to give a bit of a heads up. I should have done this at the beginning, but if anyone in the audience has a question that they'd like, we're going to do that in just a moment. So please prepare your questions. Patty.
So 2 points. One is I wanted to just emphasize the perverse incentives piece. So more than 600 billion is spent to basically promote the production of basically about 7 commodities, right? Sugar, number 1, beef and dairy, soy, corn, rice, wheat, major commodities, and very little is going to diverse fruits and vegetables that are providing nutrition for local communities. So if you want to protect nature, you have to give people incentive to grow food that's going to basically nourish their own communities. So they're not degrading lands, they're not cutting down rainforests. And the other issue is that a lot of the barriers to scale, or even just like access to finance for women, they're basically gender discrimination. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this panel, I'm feeling a little bit, it's a bit unbalanced, manalish. And we have sponsored 42 frontline farmers, community leaders. They can tell you their stories. I would want them to tell you their stories of what they are fighting with on the front lines to change their local regulations so that women, youth, indigenous people have access to finance. So this is a bubble. of a conversation, and we need to bring them into this conversation so we can hear. And what I'm hearing is like, actually, they're facing quite similar things, but it's not part of this conversation.
Thanks, Patty. That's a good reminder for us about how to structure this, and maybe things that we can do following on from this session to continue that conversation. I do want to turn now and see if there are any questions from the audience for the panel. I see one.
Yeah, thank you very much, and really appreciate the discussion. And I think we are struggling to see how we engage, bring nature at the center of our action. One thing we recognize is the people at the bottom of this action are the smallholders out there. I see a lot of elements that have been raised, how to support the process of getting there. What I see as a big gap that we need to look at is how do we help to invest in self-organization of the smallholders in a manner that they can be present, they can access finance, they can actually link up with you, link up with the private sector, and really engage. I think the challenge is how are we helping the self-organization of these many small actors so that they can be self-determined. We are thinking for them, we are talking for them, but they are not present. They are not listening. So I see that as a gap. And really, how do we address this in the midst of all this investment that we want to cause and all these activities? Thank you.
Just on that, they are self-organizing. They're just not invited into the room. They're actually trying to figure out how to get in the door. So we need to open the door and look for them and invite them in.
May I give an example? The two funds that I mentioned here, the National Climate Fund and the Amazon Fund, they had steering committees that decide annually the application of the resources. Both of them, both steering committees were recreated this year by the new government in Brazil. And both of them have a strong participation of the communities in the ground. So in the Amazon Fund, we have the indigenous, the small farmers, National Association. We have deciding together, and the decisions need to be by consensus. It's not vote by vote, it's a consensus. Consensus between the different sectors, the civil society, the federal government, and the states, and the big consensus between all. So, and we need to follow what they decide on the application of the resources. So this is one. And the National Climate Fund, the same. The ministry did a very strong change in the steering committee, trying to end. In Brazil, we talk a lot on racial inequality on climate, because we have a very strong problem of inequality in Brazil related to gender, to race, and to income. So we decided to change the steering committee to give voice for all these segments to decide, again in consensus, the structure of application of the resources year by year, and we need to follow it, because we are audited if we are following or not by an external audit. So sometimes we can do this, create steering committees to help the institutions to decide the allocation of the resources, and that must be followed, not as something, you should follow. No, you must follow what the steering committee decided, and give the floor and give the decisions to the ones on the ground. So this can be a good idea to put steering committees to help on the decision.
Ewan, and then
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to take it head on in a way, and with a model that I've seen work well with smallholders that empowers them and leads them to be more autonomous. So in our East Africa breweries business in Kenya, up in the Upper Tana Basin water catchment, many years ago we started putting in access for sanitation and hygiene and water into the communities close to our brewery that was expanding. We needed them to grow crops first for food for them, for the communities, but also then to sell into businesses like ours as a feedstock that would support our business. Now that's just the start of the story. Where it comes on and gets into is that for every dollar we've put in, $5 comes in economic growth in those areas and communities. And what then happens is as they start to invest, you get the benefits of, the biggest benefit we got for the communities was that females no longer had to walk long distances for water, right? So then they were looking for education, looking for business development. They became the smallholder farmers. They're the ones that came and challenged us back many years later saying, hey, we can't expand our land, right? But we want to give you more product. We're growing white sorghum for you. If we can grow red sorghum, right, it's more drought tolerant, it's got a higher yield for us, we can sell you more. But my problem was that it couldn't be used in my assets as easily. It was harder to break down and access the starches to convert to sugar. So we started a program to find novel enzymes that would allow us to switch to red sorghum. So we've done that. We've reduced the water. We've improved the economic situation for the farmers. And I've got a more resilient source of supply that's local to my piece. So I think it is very self-fulfilling but you have to start, and you have to start in a holistic way. I can't just go and give them resources and ask them to farm for me. I have to change the system and partner with the government and partner with training and other bodies who can execute locally. Because I can't do those programs locally in my business. It's not my expertise. We needed Water Aid to come in and help us in the beginning. But hopefully that's just one model that gives a lot of hope for how these things can gather momentum quickly in a few short years.
Jason.
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to thank you for bringing up the importance of local voices, farmer voices in the COP space. It's fundamental. We can't move forwards, really, honestly, without it. I'm really proud that the Jeff, honestly, has supported well more than the number of people on our delegation, youth and civil society leaders and activists to the COP. I think it's about 2 to 1 for Jeff's staff to people that we're supporting. Most of them, I think all of them, are on party delegations, very importantly. And actually, a bunch of them were just, when I just walked out of the Global Goal on Adaptation, were sitting right there. Sorry, they're not here. But really fundamental, and we all need to find ways. We all have ways that we can do this. We all have different abilities. Some have finance, some have convening power, some have relationships. We all need to find ways to move that dimension. Second, thank you for the points on accessibility. Oh my God, the world's on fire, and we can spend years on processes to get funds to the ground. So we all need to do much more. I'm really glad that there was a joint commitment. Was it 3 nights ago? A joint commitment by the multilateral funds to be more accessible. Let's all look at our opportunities for doing so at all stage of the chain, because it's a big chain, especially in the multilateral finance world, so that also when we approve something, how long does it take to get on the ground? Sometimes it can be 2 years. How can we be more efficient every step of the process together? Thanks.
Great. Thank you. We're going to run a little late. That was an important question and issue, and I wanted to make sure that we all had time to address it. I do want to turn now, though, to Chiara Colombo. We've given her a difficult job of trying to integrate some of the messages from this talk and also to connect it to a recent announcement on water-resilient food systems. So, Chiara, please.
What a day it has been. We're very tired, but very happy to be here and for the opportunity to speak here. So this day started, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a background how this day started. So we started with the ministerial, and this was the first ministerial, COP-led ministerial, on water resilient food systems. And during that ministerial, we had a lot of ministers supporting this theme and also endorsing the creation of a partnership a 2-year partnership within the UNFCCC that will work around these issues. So this also tells us how the UNFCCC is seeing this theme as being like crucially important. In the partnership, we have several organizations. We have IFAD is here, and Jahan was in the launch this afternoon in the Water Pavilion. FAO, GRP, World Farmers Organization is in the, so I really appreciate you talking about smallholder farmers. And during the launch, we had a small holder farmer, a fish farmer, a young lady, and we also had voices from Amazonia, from the Pará state, two young indigenous people. So it is important for us to have those voices heard and be part of the process. This partnership will actually support countries, will create like a space to support countries in their we'll say the reporting and in the creation of their NDCs, but also I think it will also help the organizations on the partnership to better understand the interlinkages, because sometimes, so I'm from the International Water Management Institute, and sometimes we also face some, how can I say, some difficulties when we talk about water, and when also other sectors talk about water, when other sectors talk about food, and how all this and nature and all these different themes have this connecting space. We see water differently, so it will create a sort of a dialogue and a space for us also to exchange and understand better, and also to respond to the needs of the countries. I also wanted to also connect a little bit also to this COP. It's always like a big marathon, it's always a big chaos, but it is a crucial COP. So we have the first global stock take. It will help us, we hope to have like an ambitious outcome. It will help us also to understand what are the gaps and the needs potentially of countries. At the same time, the fact that you were mentioning that in the GG, in the Global Goal on Adaptation, we have targets on water, on food, and on nature, will help us also to, countries will need in some way report back on those issues, so will also give us some information. So how we then respond to that, and how we build the financial framing that you were mentioning also to respond to those needs. So we will need, I'm double checking my notes, and important, very important, make sure that NDCs and NAPs are prioritized within the domestic budgeting, because otherwise they're just announcements and they don't create an effective impact on the ground. And then I wanted to end about on the cost of transitioning. We heard here on this panel a lot of these innovative tools, innovative ways of how we're gonna fund this. We know it's also a hot topic now, but we need to push for it. So this is the space where we push for these things in order for us to be, for the community outside of the of negotiations to be heard, and how we de-risk, and make sure also, and work also, go from, and I'm also connected to what Nabil said, go from something that is more, from projects to something that is more programmatic, so programs, missions, so that we create this sort of alignment and policy alignment that we need in order to go, everyone move towards the same direction, and at the end reverse these perverse incentives and make also sure that investments become positive, because that's something that that we all need, and create the benefits and the returns that all these interconnected systems, so the water, the food, and the nature are all taken into consideration. So I don't know if, and that's.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you all. You know, we started out with the hope to talk about integration, and I think we did. The panelists did it. We talked about the integration of food and water and nature, the integration of public and private finance and blended finance, and also the integration at different scales. We did flag kind of a missed opportunity here and the need to engage smallholder farmers, and I think that's a lesson that we'll take away and continue to work on. I know I could hear the commitment from all of you to doing that, and we will join you in that. Wow, what a session. Thank you all. I know you're tired, but it was an incredibly dynamic and interesting panel. So on behalf of the Nature Conservancy, we would like to thank you all for a great panel. And I hope you all have a great afternoon. More to come. Thanks.
go. There we go. And it's two, and we're there. So I am getting. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay. Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. So now it's just a question of you getting the picture. You're seeing, so you're, yeah, she can see the main screen then. And she can see the main screen. Can we see her? Okay, and let's see Shahana on the big screen. Can you see the camera now, Shahana? Yeah, the podium. And now back to the. You can see this now. And now what do you see? Some chairs. All right, perfect. And do we see Shahana? Just 1 second. You're going up on the big screen. Rotate your mobile into landscape. Right, I'm gonna. Sorry, Shahana. I'm gonna put you on the sound system in the room. So just to let you know, okay? No, don't start singing. Don't start swearing. Just bear with me 1 second. It is 1 second. Okay, you're on. Do you want to say something?
Recent observed loss from Greenland tracks above even the worst case scenario predicted by the IPCC for this decade.
It's not going down well,
I
Shahana.
could have sung the song.
Your debut is not going down well.
Okay.
In you come. You look confused.
All good? Can I cut this?
You
All
can,
good?
yes.
Can I cut this? All good? Can I cut this?
Yeah, that's good. 1 and 2.
Queuing the Zoom guy.
Really professional. All the guys over there.
Sarah, can you tell Simon to tell the speaker to join in? We'd like to cue him for, test him for audio.
Yeah.
Andrew has joined.
He's joined, he's joined.
Now just let's check.
Let's check.
So should he be getting audio then?
Yes.
I'm sending him the feed.
Well, I can talk to him if he's...
Yeah, just talk to him.
Just tell me
Just
if he
check with
reacts.
him. Just tell him we are just sending him the feed to test.
This is an audio test for Andrew on the Zoom. Are you getting that, Andrew? And I'm getting you. I can hear you as well, yeah. Can you see the screen with the elephant on? Oh, sorry. No, the screen with the, sorry, it's the screen with a load of logos on. All right, excellent. I'm just going to see if we're going to change that. Okay, Andrew, I think we're all good to go there. So about 5 minutes and the event should be starting. No problem.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session for this day here, day 10 of however many we've gone through. But you're very welcome to this, the Nature Positive Pavilion, which of course, as you know, is run by Nature for Climate, of whom, of course, the I4 are a much respected member, so we're very grateful for that. The session apparently is, we've got between 5 and 7, but I think, Simon, you might be able to run at your discretion, Vivek. And so, with that, please do come down and sit down. Thank you very much indeed. And so with that, your moderator for this session is Vivek Menon, and Vivek is founder of the Wildlife Trust of India. He's a member of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and he is a senior advisor to our host today, International Fund for Animal Welfare. Vivek, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hosting us at the Nature Positive Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just, or all of you heard, that this is the last event for today. In the corner pavilion, the last pavilion of the blue zone, it almost looks like nature has just snuck in from the green zone into this COP. So finally, at least we are getting nature talked about in the COP, and hopefully, as the days go by and as the COPs go by, and we know that these things do go by sooner than you think, we can hope that we can get nature center stage into the whole discussion of climate change and mitigating climate change. In the morning, we had a nice panel, which I helped moderate on why biodiversity in terms of climate change. And today, in the evening, we are going to delve a little bit more deeper into the science of how large mammals, or any mammal, but large mammals in particular, play a role in shaping our sustainable futures in terms of climate resilience, in terms of ecosystem health, and in terms, of course, for many of us, also for the sheer value of the biodiversity that we are trying to all protect. We have done this in a manner in which I'll ask for a first presentation to set the scientific stage, where all of you can listen to the science that underpins the discussion. And then we'll have two panels, one on how conservation organizations, leading conservation organizations around the world, are actually putting this thing into action. The second on how governments or state actors are putting it into action. And finally, when all that is done, we'll have the one single presentation of how the hell do we fund all of this, all these great ideas that people are talking about, right? So that's going to be the order of the day. And with your permission, I would like to, I cannot call on the first speaker because he's online, but I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Andrew Tilker, who is the Species Conservation Coordinator of Rewild. Hi, Andrew, welcome, and can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much.
I do not know whether you are in Rewild in the US or in the Annamite Mountains, but Andrew runs the Southeast Asian program of Rewild. And of his many achievements, I've been very happy to note that he is chair of the working group of the large antlered muntjac, which, as far as I know, about a couple of people have seen in their lives. A very, very rare animal indeed. So welcome, Andrew, but I'm calling you here not to talk about the muntjac, but to talk about what is the science that we're hearing about large mammals and carbon capture? Are large mammals actually just iconic keystone species or flagship species that we use for our climate change dialogue, or do they actually help us, and does science talk about how they can help us in carbon capture? So with this, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And you actually read my mind. This first slide actually shows one of my favorite species, the large antlered muntjac. And so today I'll be talking not only about the large antlered muntjac, but about other large mammal species that can help us to address climate change. And specifically, I'll be talking about how trophic rewilding with these species can help us mitigate climate change. So to meet the target of 1.5 degrees that was adopted in the Paris Agreement, we need to obtain net zero emissions, but we also need to remove CO2 from the atmosphere and store it somewhere on the planet. Now, current estimates indicate that we need a total of 400 to 500 gigatons of CO2 negative emissions between 2030 and 2100, which I'm showing you in this figure on the screen. And if you do the math, that works out to between 10 to 12 gigatons of CO2 per year. One of the proposed ways to do this is to use biodiversity in ecosystems to help address the climate crisis. And these approaches are referred to as...
Andrew,
Yes.
can I interrupt you
Yes.
for just a second and request you to go
Sorry,
on to
yes.
full screen mode? Your number one in full screen mode, and then your slides are not moving either. So would you like to?
Does that work better?
No, you are stuck on slide 1.
1 second. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Let me just share my screen.
Yeah, now you're in full screen mode, so that works. But can you go on to slide 2? Is this what you're talking about? Slide 3?
One second.
Yeah, it's moving anyway. All right.
Are we all good?
You can move
Okay.
at your will. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. So to pick up where I left off, one proposed way to do this is to use biodiversity and ecosystems to address the climate crisis. And these are referred to as nature-based solutions and nature-based or natural climate solutions. And they can help us in a couple different ways. First, nature-based solutions can help us in avoided emissions by protecting forests, wetlands, grasslands, and seascapes, although that isn't on this figure. We can help avoid about 5 gigatons of CO2 emissions per year. But nature-based solutions also help to enhance CO2 sinks by managing working landscapes like agriculture and timber, for example. And by restoring habitats, we can remove a further approximately 5 gigatons of CO2 per year. So we're still short of the 6 to 7 gigatons that we need with these nature-based solution approaches, but we're getting close to that goal. But the question in all of this is, where are the animals? Animals are a key component of ecosystems and should be part of the conversation when it comes to nature-based solutions. And one reason why animals haven't figured into nature-based solution approaches is because they have relatively low biomass. So if you look at this classic trophic pyramid that some people in the audience will be familiar with from a basic ecology course, you see that plants on the bottom are much more abundant than animal herbivores or carnivores at the higher trophic levels. And the classic view in the nature-based solution thinking has been that because animals have much lower total biomass compared to plants, they store little carbon in their bodies, and therefore they don't make a significant contribution to carbon storage capacities, at least in the big scheme of things. But the problem with that view is that it overlooks the fact that ecosystems are dynamic systems, and animals often have impacts on ecosystems that are disproportionate to their abundance. So if you look at the figure on the right, you can see that animals impact plant communities and in turn entire ecosystems and landscapes through a tangled network of interactions. And they do this in ways that can have enormous implications for ecosystem functioning and therefore on carbon storage. And there are many examples of how animals interact with their environments. For example, carnivores eat vegetation, which can, in some contexts, provide space for more carbon-dense trees to grow. Large mammals can trample and compact soil in ways that reduce microbial decomposition and which can store more organic material in the soil. And there are dozens of other examples. The key takeaway to all of this, The key takeaway to all of this is that animals are not potted plants that sit there and do nothing in their environment. they're actively altering their environments in very fundamental ways, and those ways impact carbon storage. So let's talk about some examples. One of the primary ways that animals impact forest ecosystems is as important seed dispersers. So large and medium-sized mammals and birds feed on fruits. The seeds pass through the animal, and then they're deposited sometimes very far away from the original location where it was consumed. And so by consuming seeds and spreading them out across a forest landscape, these animals are actually integral to maintaining healthy forest ecosystems. And a number of studies have now shown that seeds that are most likely to be consumed and dispersed by large mammals and birds are exactly those trees that store the most carbon. So these trees have large seeds that are primarily dispersed by larger animals and are characterized by dense wood that is especially important for long-term carbon storage. And some interesting simulation studies indicate that with the extinction of these large frugivores, forest composition fundamentally changes with a shift to softwood trees that store less overall carbon. And if you multiply this effect over large landscapes, for example, across the entire Amazon or the forests of all of Southeast Asia, the net result is significant. Now, the example that I'm showing you on the screen right now with a intact ecosystem with high carbon storage and a empty ecosystem with less carbon storage, it looks at the effects of removing these animals from forest ecosystems. But the opposite of this is also true. If we actively restore animal populations, we can restore healthy forest ecosystems that in turn remove more carbon from the atmosphere and therefore get us closer to this 6 to 7 gigaton CO2 target that we need to be thinking about. And of course, the animating the carbon cycle approach is not just applicable to terrestrial ecosystems, but it's also important within the context of marine ecosystems, including both coastal and deep sea realms. There's potential for substantial additional carbon storage value in the oceans simply because the oceans are so vast. I mean, oceans cover 70% of the planet's surface. And there are many examples from the ocean realm. There are studies that indicate that species interactions with large mammals are important for maintaining kelp cover in intertidal zones. And then in the pelagic areas through various mechanisms of animal nutrient cycling. And one of the most charismatic marine examples is the so-called whale pump, in which whales cycle nutrients through the water column through their waste, and this in turn stimulates phytoplankton growth, which helps to capture carbon from the atmosphere. And if you put all of these effects together, see that there is a total of approximately 6.58 gigatons of CO2 per year that's accounted for just by animals because of how they're interacting with their environments. But what's surprising is that none of this is directly accounted for in existing nature-based solution estimates. Now, some of this might be captured indirectly, but the key takeaway is that there's an enormous amount of carbon storage potential that's not directly and explicitly accounted for in nature-based approaches to addressing climate change. And because the effects of animals are not explicitly accounted for, many people just don't pay attention to the importance of animals in a nature-based solutions framework. And because of this, I would argue that we need a change in mindset. Climate change is often seen as negatively affecting biodiversity, but this really ignores the fact that animals are key actors in the climate change story. So it's important to recognize that biodiversity conservation and trophic rewilding, so in other words, protecting what's left and restoring defaunated ecosystems, should be a key component of any successful nature-based solutions approach. But to highlight the importance of animals in a nature-based solution framework, we need to quantify their impact. And the reason for that is if this effect isn't quantified, the role that animals play in addressing climate change won't be fully appreciated. And ultimately, that means that it won't be incorporated into policy frameworks or attract much needed funding. So we need much more effort on actually quantifying these effects. And to that end, a group of researchers led by Dr. Oz Schmidt at Yale University have developed a new model that accounts for the role that animals in ecosystems, animals play in ecosystems on the carbon cycle. And I won't go into details on the modeling aspect here. It's very complex, but it's enough to note that in these new models capture the ways that animals interact dynamically in their ecosystems and the projected impact that that has on carbon storage. And through these new models, we can come up with first rough approximations for the potential that animals have to enhance carbon storage within ecosystems. And the purpose of doing this for conservation is to provide a high priority list of areas across the globe that are critical for protecting and restoring wildlife communities within a nature-based solutions framework. Ultimately, what we want to be able to do is to approximate how much carbon is stored in different parts of the world where different animals have different roles in these ecosystems. And that, in turn, can help guide both global and regional policies for conservation under an overarching nature-based solutions umbrella. And it's important to note that these models only account right now for a subset of animal species, but that future models will hopefully build on this framework and provide a more holistic understanding of how animals around the world contribute to carbon storage. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. And if your network allows, I'll ask you to stay on for some more time. What we'll do is we'll take the questions after one panel. So we'll do our first panel really with the representatives of major conservation organizations, 3 of them, going to tell you, how this, what you heard about now in terms of the science of it, is actually being put into practice. So can I call upon the 3 people to come up and sit on the bar stool? So first, may I invite Monica Medina, who many of you may know as the former Assistant Secretary of State of the US, who led oceans and international environmental negotiations for many years. And we know her as that, but as a brand new President and CEO of the Wildlife Conservation Society. Monica, welcome. And may I also call upon Chris Butler-Stroud, the CEO of the Whale and Dolphin Conservation Society for 30-odd years, longer than I think most people have worked in conservation. So welcome, Chris. And finally, may I also welcome Jimmy Mandima, the Vice President of Conservation Programs at the International Fund for Animal Welfare, and a renowned Zimbabwean conservationist of note. So with the 3 of you in place, and I hope your the mics work. I have not checked that out, but do check that out while you're waiting. Basically, what I'd like you to address is how can the conservation programs that you lead or your organizations lead help in addressing the climate crisis, whether it's mitigation, whether it's adaptation, whether it is some of the things that you heard about, which are some of the things are new actually that science is telling us. How are your organizations using these things, and how, after hearing Andrew, are you getting new ideas of how this nexus between biodiversity and the climate crisis can be brought forth? May I start with the lady in the middle? Monica, would you like to go first?
Sure, I'm happy to kick off. Yeah. Thank you so much to IFAW for organizing this panel, and thank you for that wonderful scientific presentation. It's full of really important information, and from our perspective at the Wildlife Conservation Society, let me take a step back and tell those of you who don't know us who we are. We are the zoos and aquarium in New York City, but our far greater number of people is actually now based in the field. And we have 4,000 people in more than 50, probably nearly 60 countries around the world doing field-based conservation. So we're the largest field-based conservation organization in the world. We've been doing this now for decades, so we were one of the first organizations to really not only work on science in the field, which we've been doing for almost our entire history, 125 years, but also now really working in the conservation realm in the field. So we helped to start many national parks in some of the most biodiverse, rich areas in the world. And so our current sort of North Star is 30 by 30. And it shouldn't be just any 30. We want to have the most highly integral, the most well-functioning, intact ecosystems be the ones that we are helping to hold on to now while we're sort of hopefully waiting for reinforcements from the banks and more of the developed world that can help create the kind of permanence for those areas that we know they need and help us expand so that we can get to that 30%. And so back to the science of this, we are really focused on these intact ecosystems because we know they're the best for biodiversity. We know they're the best for ensuring that we don't have zoonotic spillover and all kinds of animal-human interactions that we know are very negative after the last 3 years of COVID and now a very probably COVID risky COP at this point. And finally, because they are the best carbon sinks. And the scientists who opened the Nature Day yesterday in the main auditorium really put it well. He said the most complex ecosystems are the ones that store the most carbon, the ones that have the most animals and well-functioning ecological integrity, where the plants grow, the animals are living in this great symbiosis, and they're storing a huge amount of carbon because of that complexity, because they are intact. And that's where we are trying to focus our work at WCS. So we're fortunate enough to work with things like the German Legacy Landscapes Fund that gives us funding for a couple of our parks in Africa and these really biodiverse, rich areas. And it's funding for 30 years. That's the kind of funding we need to kind of hold on to these places until we can get the economic systems in place to actually pay for what they're providing to people on the planet. So we're working hard in the Congo, in the Amazon basin, in Southeast Asia, in Mesoamerica, in other parts of Africa where we see forest ecosystems that are still intact. And that's going to be at the center of our work. And on the science side, we're helping to create an index of the ecological integrity, sort of like the Global Poverty Index compares countries and how they rank in terms of their poverty. We want to create that kind of index for intact ecosystems so that we can compare them, rather than trying to think about a biodiversity offset credit that would mimic the REDD+ system, which we think will be hard to do when it comes to biodiversity. We're looking at ecological integrity and their function in order to put them in a relative sort of order so that we can figure out which ones we have to save now, as I said, while we wait for reinforcements from banks and large donors and the developed world. So that's what we're up to at WCS.
Great, Monica, thanks for that. And Jamil, do you want to take up on that? You are sitting next to a poster which says "Room to Roam, Building Climate Resilient Landscapes for Animals and Peoples." So what does IFO mean by that? What are you doing on ground, really?
So good afternoon and greetings, friends. Happy to be here and to partner with all of you and fellow panelists. The science has been well articulated, and that's what IFO believes in. And just maybe for those that don't know as well, our mission really is about the need for fresh thinking and bold action for animals and people and the places we call home, the habitats, which is the resilient landscapes. And we do that so that animals and people can thrive together. A pretty challenging go. Now, we believe in large spaces because that's when impact can be realized, especially for climate. And we work across 40 countries in the world, but I'll gravitate to focus on Room to Roam, which is covering the African savanna elephants home range in East and Southern Africa. So starting with that, what we have realized is the areas that are formally recognized as parks or conservation areas where wildlife exists are small. They are like small islands that are not connected, therefore fragmented. Yet the African savanna elephants, in that area, it's about 300,000 of them move large distances, and they need it. And as they do that, we heard already from Andrew, they are the gardeners. They do so much to shape the health status of the ecosystems. So Room to Roam is simply saying the only way we can have persistent and viable savanna elephant species that are now kind of stuck formally in these parks, but end up in other land units, communal land, private lands, farms, and conflict arises, is negotiating and proactively identifying areas with suitable habitats to ensure that we can secure them and negotiate with landowners that include government, local communities, private landholders, and ourselves as civil society to say, let's safeguard these critical land units as part of, as Bonica says, 30 by 30, because we need them for the elephants to be able to be viable over time. And when you do elephants, we're not ignoring everything. We are basically saying they are the shapers and everything else, including the healthy status of the vegetation, is now okay for us and for people's survival. Now, that requires negotiations, and you can't do it without community. So Room to Roam is looking at how do we secure safe dispersal areas, safe passage areas, what are commonly called corridors, within country, across land units, between countries, and sub-regional, across interregionals. Now, we are lucky to work around what has been said by different regional economic communities. Southern Africa has already bought into the Trans-Frontier Conservation Area concept. Kavango Zambezi TFCA is the largest in the world. And there, from the most recent survey, 227,000 elephants are there, roaming across. No passports from Zimbabwe to Botswana to Angola and back and forth. Whose elephants are there? They are the global community's elephants. They are shaping the ecosystems. They are part of the solution to climate. But as we do that, we also have to look at the other side about how do we ensure the well-being of communities that coexist and in fact co-own this resource is sustainable. That means advancing as part of Room to Roam, building resilient communities. Can we do climate smart solutions for the way they live? Food production systems. We have talked about conservation agriculture, regenerative agriculture, value chains that are efficient and effective. And when we do that, we basically help to avoid a tendency to encroach to extensify agriculture, which eventually gets the crops destroyed by elephants anyway, and nothing happens. We have lost both the biodiversity and the ability to build resilient landscapes. So I4 is laser focused on working in these elephant range areas. On the ground, we work at the leisure of the invitation of the governments that host us. So in Zimbabwe, we are on northwestern Zimbabwe, Hwange National Park, and the surrounding areas and communities. And then in central Malawi, in Kasungu National Park, transboundary with eastern Zambia, Lukusuzi and Luambe, which is part of the Luangwa cluster. And then further in East Africa, southern Kenya, southern ranges, are transboundary with northern Tanzania. We call these anchor landscapes, and our belief is that we need partners to work together, and there are so many other credible players, some in this room, that work in the other areas in between. We are talking to each other, trying to mobilize resources, to exchange expertise, because the success of Room to Roam for resilient landscapes can only happen if the three anchor landscapes are part of the continuum of the entirety of the area. Last but not least, we also work in the marine space, and we work in what we call the North Atlantic right whale with many partners in this room. They need space, they move from breeding grounds to feeding grounds, and they face threats from shipping, from entanglements with fishermen. Fishermen are communities' resilience. How do we reconcile that? So all that work is about securing safe spaces or spaces for swimming for North Atlantic right whale, and as we do that, it's room to swim. Or these are kind of large mammals that will store carbon. So all this is what IFA is prioritizing, and we also ensure that we combat wildlife crime because we can secure these habitats. But there's so much illicit trade happening in the world. So we work across the entire chain to ensure ranger welfare for those men and women in these room-to-roam areas are getting decent facilities, housing, transportation, uniforms, rations, equipment, and technology that is needed for them to be efficient. And then we also work with communities to be willing partners as informers. So it's about everybody being involved. And when we do that, we hope and expect to reduce the incidence of human-wildlife conflict. Because when that conflict persists, there will be retaliatory killings, and it will never end. So I will end there now and hope to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamil. And in fact, your last example of the whale leads us right into Chris, isn't it? So Chris.
Can you hear? Does this work? Yeah. Hello, my name's Chris Butler-Stroud. Whale and dolphin conservation works across a whole spectrum of issues in terms of threats to whales and dolphins, from live captures, bycatch, pollution, to the hunting of whales as well, and dolphins. But one of the things I wanted to start with was to say, I studied first as a geologist and a geophysicist, and I always try to remind people, 480 million years ago in the Ordovician, the climate was about 7,000 parts per million carbon equivalent. No humans around, no humans affecting anything, and that 7,000 has come down and came down and came down to 200 parts per million without any human effort. Humans have managed to push it up. So the first take-home message from that is, where humans weren't interacting with the environment, the animals were able to quite successfully master the carbon situation to get us to a healthy planet. And that should indicate to us that actually, giving them the chance and giving them the space to do so, they will help us again. In all of this, the whales, the dolphins in the ocean, and all the creatures, the tuna, the fish, have been our allies in all this time, absorbing 90% of the heat, 30% of the anthropogenic carbon, and locking that into the system in the ocean. What they need is the opportunity to actually continue to do that and to recover. And I also say to people, it's not just about us mitigating the 1.5 or the 1.9 or wherever we're going to get to. It's the 500 years after that when nature is going to continue to help us bring that curve down so that the Earth stabilizes again. So from WDC's point of view, we've been looking at three really major areas. One, the data gaps in the science. So we've been looking at the raising of funds and then the funding of the science that's needed to actually underpin all of this work. We've been looking at how you educate, not just the public and policymakers, but also the businesses who are on the front line of some of these interactions. And sometimes, I think few of us have experienced governments kind of cycle around a sort of 3, 4, 5-year cycle, and it's really about elections. Whereas businesses can now plan for 15, 20, 30, 40 years, and some of them can be real leaders. So for example, we did a piece of work looking at the bycatch involved with a supermarket in the UK called Asda. We've been working in the US with others and in Europe. And we were able to illustrate not only how to reduce their bycatch and have a just transition for the fishers at the front. Their initial reaction was to, well, let's maybe just get rid of those fishers and use someone else. And we said, no. You'd be better off to actually convert them. But it was also to start to say, the animals that have been caught in the bycatch, what was that carbon value? So starting to get them to think about the nexus between carbon and also nature. The third part really is then translating that from the finance into how do you get the finance into this sector? And we did a significant report with Deloitte, which looked at the fact that there's about 1% of all philanthropic money is going into the ocean. And yet the ocean's doing the heavy lifting for us. on this area. So phytoplankton, for example, is what 1 to 2% of all the plant life that we have on the planet, and yet it does 40% of the fixing of the carbon. You had a really nice illustration there about the whale pump and the conveyor belt. Just to give you an example, in the conveyor belt, this is moving nutrients from the high latitudes to the low latitudes. At the moment, blue whales in the southern hemisphere move about 88 tons of nitrogen into the nitrogen low levels. Before commercial whaling, that was 24,000 tons of nitrogen. It's those kind of figures that are coming out of the science where we're able to then go to the policymakers and say, look, you now need to really bring this into your equation. And we were lucky enough to be on a panel with Sylvia Earle yesterday evening, and she was singing the praises of nature in terms of being the real core of us. I always say, though, these aren't the end fixes. These are the allies for us as we go through. We still have to change our behavior. We still have to focus on those emissions. But if we give them a chance, if we give them their oceans and the areas, if we work with those who interact with these areas, like fishers, and make sure there's just transition, and that we look after human beings and the animals, then we really do stand a chance that these guys will help us. They've been there for years as our allies, and they will be in the future as well.
Thank you. You know, before we transition onto the next panel, I'll take a couple of questions, but I'll give you some time to think of your questions. And instead, I'll shoot off the first question, which is 30 seconds to each of you. You're all sitting in a climate COP, and you'll come to another climate COP. What's the one thing you want to see changed in the COP to advocate your ideas and position your organization's missions core and center in a climate COP? Monica.
Nature and wildlife actually included in NDCs and required to be included in nationally developed contributions, and then accounted for and tallied up against in the next stock take.
Brilliant. That's 30 seconds indeed.
And I would say with that, put money and invest equitably to cover both sectors, because the interdependence between biodiversity and climate is definite, and that's our solution.
Hey, Chris.
I'll take one step slightly back from the COP, which is every nation state produces a natural capital economic analysis before they produce their what we in the UK would call the red box. So do the green box and blue box first. Look at the natural capital which is underpinning, and then come forward with that, and make sure that's translated into the NDCs as we go forward.
Excellent. Andrew? Andrew, do you have a...
I would just echo again, seeing wildlife and biodiversity integrated more seamlessly into some of the major conversations that are happening within the wider discussions at the COP.
Right. Thank you. Okay, let's take a couple of questions from the floor, and then we'll move on to the next panel. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much to our presenters, including the online presentation. I think I heard you saying you intend to protect and restore wildlife populations within the context of nature-based solutions framework. Now, at this COP, there's been so much talk about these nature-based solutions, with other parties advocating for the removal of that phrase, especially in the global goal of adaptation. But you are very precise that you want to do it within the context of NBS. People are so much used to the ecosystem-based approaches. Do you have a particular reason why you single out nature-based solutions over the ecosystem-based approach? Thank you.
Who would like to take that? Andrew?
I'll let one of the other speakers take it first, if they don't mind.
I think he's batted it on to one of you. Would any of you like to take that?
I'll try to answer it, although I'm only getting secondhand what's coming out of the negotiators. So it's very hard, I think, for us to understand these nuances that are coming out of the text. Do you have a particular example you can help us with? I think you've stumped us.
It's just a plain question, because you were specific that you are doing it in the context of NBS. So I thought maybe you do have a particular reason why I would opt for that.
I think I'll try again to see if I can get you an answer that hopefully will help you sort of see where, at least where we're coming from, which is this ecological integrity. So we are looking at the ecosystems where we work in order to try to develop the tools that we need in order to determine whether we're actually making progress, not just on a a simple percentage of the amount of space that's being protected for, for nature. And I think, when it comes to nature-based solutions, I know that we believe that the nature-based solutions are both mitigation and adaptation. So they kind of have this double benefit, just even in the climate space. Many of them are important. So trees are important for storing carbon. Standing trees, particularly important for holding the carbon that they already do, not letting it back out into the atmosphere, but also important for shade and cooling in places that are really hot. Or mangroves are really important, again, for storing carbon. But they're also great ways to buttress us against the climate stresses that we know we'll see. So they're also effective, as I said. They're efficient because we know how to use them. We know how to invest in nature. We know how to restore nature. And they're not something that's going to happen in the future. We can do those today while we wait for some other solutions that might be more mechanical.
Okay, and I think Chris is...
Can I just give you a quick example? So I think it's really looking at the same thing, but through a slightly different lens. And the problem, if you come through the nature-based solution side, you capture all of that stuff, which sometimes is left off the table. So there's some work being done in Pacific Atoll, where the coral is actually acting as a protective barrier to the communities on the atoll. Turns out Spanish dolphins are coming in and actually bringing in about 288 kilos of nitrogen a year, which is actually feeding into the coral reef. If you just thought about the coral and didn't take that nature-based side of it in, you might be willing to lose some of those dolphins in bycatch and fishery. By taking that wider view, you're actually protecting one of the components that sometimes may have been ignored. So I think this is multifaceted, and we are bringing that aspect of bringing nature to the table just to make sure it's included and for people to realize that it has huge potential. We have to do all the other things, but let's do this as well to make sure that we give ourselves the best chance.
Thank you. I think that's a good answer, and I think we'll have to end this panel with just that one question from the floor. It was such an interesting question that it elicited a long response from two of them. So let's give all of them a big hand, folks, and thank Monica and Jamil and Chris. And now we move on to state actors and governments and people advising the state to see what they are talking of. So may I call on to the podium now Patience Gandiwa. Professor Gandiwa is well known as the Zimbabwean Director of International Affairs. Those who have dealt in the international convention sphere would have been familiar with her with many roles over the last 15 odd years, at least that I know of. So Professor, welcome to the podium. Would you take your seat, please? And can I now ask my friend, popularly called MX, because nobody can pronounce his name, I'm told, but I'll try, Mxolozi Sibanda, from the Commonwealth Secretariat. Did I get that right, MX? Yeah, not too bad. All right. Thank you very much. And he is the scientific advisor to the Commonwealth Secretariat, and there, I believe, is focusing on the call to action on living lands. And to complete that roundtable, can I call on Simon Addison? Oh, you move to the front now. Simon, who is a climate advisor to I4. So three eminent people to try and address the question of, you heard how conservation organizations are doing their bit, but now how do governments include wildlife in their climate action plans? And friends, you've heard Andrew's presentation as well. I don't know Professor, whether you had the time to listen to Andrew, but these exciting new science that's coming in saying that these animals are critical for us to address our climate mitigation and adaptation strategies within our own countries. So may I first turn to you as a party, how does Zimbabwe look at this?
Thank you very much for that question and for the opportunity to share the Zimbabwean experience. Well, just taking on from the pattern of the previous speakers, to say those that may not know, Zimbabwe is one of the most beautiful country that you can find on planet in Southern Africa. And it's a conservation leader in terms of sustainable wildlife, sustainable being underlined. So how does this beautiful country really take on issues of climate change? I think since a couple of years ago, our government adopted what we call the whole of government approach in almost all programming of governments across the 21 ministries that characterize our government. And also there's encouragement of, in terms of a policy imperative, a whole of society approach to various initiatives that are implemented by the government and also partners. So apart from providing an enabling policy environment, from having one of the most robust policy and legal framework, where under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna, they categorize different legislation of countries. And just to give you an example, Zimbabwe has got Category 1, which basically means that we've got actually some of the most robust frameworks when it comes to wildlife conservation, which then also has implications in terms of how utilization of such resources are concerned, and also the forest policy and also the policy that encourage conservation of wildlife habitats beyond the protected area boundaries. For us in Zimbabwe, wildlife should be pursued beyond the protected area estates, which expands over 5 million hectares of the country. But when we combine that figure with the community-based conservation initiatives and other area-based conservation measures, it actually doubles that figures to about 26% of the country, where wildlife conservation is a recognized and competitive land use option. So there's been a lot of mainstreaming of wildlife, which has been deliberately promoted by our government. And I think that's really one of the reasons why Zimbabwe has been one of the leading countries, and I believe it's still in terms of promoting conservation, which is owned by the people and also driven by the people. And now we add another P with our partners as well. We believe also the government, the stance that the government took in terms of really acknowledging in terms of policy and practice that the wildlife conservation endeavor, especially when facing the climate change challenge, we cannot do it alone as government, and we need partners. We need partnerships in line with the recommendation of the Sustainable Development Goal number 17. So basically, and we also have been one of the countries that has been instrumental in Southern Africa in promoting the Transfrontier Conservation Areas initiative, and Zimbabwe is pursuing 6 of those initiatives. So conservation and wildlife and habitat promotion, as wildlife being used as a catalyst or as an incentive to protect even the forests that are sequestering the carbon, both grasslands and also the forest resources. I think we have done really well to follow it up through at various scales and also through different dimensions. Let me take a break from here, and so that I can give others the opportunity. I can go on and on.
No, I'm sure you can. We'll get back to you specifically with relation to this climate COP and how how you can think wildlife and biodiversity can be integrated. So do think about that while you wait. And I must say that I fully agree with you that Zimbabwe is an extraordinarily beautiful place. Mana Pools, in particular, I felt was where peace lies. And you're also very beautiful people. So exceedingly well said, Patience. And can I turn to MX and ask him what he thinks? I mean, how can developing countries really bring biodiversity and wildlife into the NDCs, and how do you align these NDCs with the NBSAPs? I mean, that could be something that you've been dealing with.
Yeah, thank you so much,
There you are.
Vivek, and it's an incredible pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel and talking about a subject which I think is often not talked about in these sorts of forums. I come from the Commonwealth, which is 56 countries, a family of 56 countries together. And we've been working on environmental issues for as long as, the Commonwealth has been there. But I think particularly with that rich heritage of, making some progress on environmental issues, we think this topic is particularly pertinent. Our countries, 35 of them are small, very vulnerable countries, and so we feel very passionate about this. It's quite gratifying to see the science because we do recognize as the Commonwealth that it's a two-way street between climate and wildlife particularly. And I think Andrew did talk about some of the benefits and the science in terms of how much carbon is stored. But I think we also have to acknowledge the fact that if we don't do a good job of managing wildlife, biodiversity, it has a compounding effect on climate. And so you're talking about things like, degradation and then the albedo effect out of that can result in degraded landscapes. You're talking about issues of wildlife, wildfires, and the impact that can have on the climate and as well as on the biodiversity. So we do recognize that. And some of the challenges that we, think are there in addressing this topic are policy fragmentation, both at the global and national levels. For example, I think many of us who have been working on biodiversity struggle to bring this here because at the global level, there's been lots of fragmentation. You've got the CBD, you've got the UNCCD, you've got the UNFCCC, and all of these become territorial at some point, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And I think we've got to be honest with ourselves that that's a real issue. I think the other issue, which is a challenge, and I'm coming back to your question on how we're wanting to address these things, is really around issues to do with the financing. For quite a lot of this, if you don't have the financing, the funding, the resources to make a dent on this it becomes very, very difficult. So from the Commonwealth, we've recognized this, and I think, last year we've been talking about this topic for quite a while. Last year, our leaders, the 56 at our Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, agreed on a charter, the Living Lands Charter. And what it tries to do is to really address the fragmentation at, policy levels, national, and then coming together. And the charter really seeks to bring the three Rio Conventions together. And we're trying to support our countries to work together to recognize that, the biodiversity is critical for the climate and the climate is critical for the biodiversity. But if we've got a degrading landscapes, that will impinge on those other two. So that for us is really, really important. And we have a 5x5 strategy that looks at nature, looks at agricultural landscapes, which oftentimes are also the home for a lot of biodiversity. That that strategy looks at soil water conservation, the impact that the elephants have on the soils, the impact they have, water scarcity has on them. And so looking at those interconnections. And so we're looking at we just launched last Sunday, a week ago, the framework for implementing that charter. So that's one big thing that we're doing, and we're working with our governments to look at how the institutions at national levels can work together, where the Ministry of Wildlife can work with the Ministry of Agriculture, can work with the Ministry of Climate Change to really work on delivering all these things together. So that's one. The other element that I think we practically working on as the Commonwealth is really to look at the resourcing of this. We've learned quite a lot through what we call the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, which has been really saying, how do we catalyze access to funding, to finance for our countries? And we all know the many hoops that countries have got to go through to access those sorts of funding. I've worked in biodiversity for at least 2 decades, and I know that we haven't been able to really maximize and leverage funding and financing from the climate finance space. And I think that's something that we need to reflect on and see how we can integrate the things, the science, the evidence that's coming through into project and proposals that are going into GCF, into proposals that are going to GEF. The current GEF cycle 8 really encourages that integrated working together. But it will take many of us that are working in this space, working with governments and partners like ourselves to really spur the work forward in terms of that.
Thank you, thank you. And can I ask for your first thought, Simon, to add to that, especially on how you think developing countries, you could use the African example, or any other example you so wish, are integrating this into the NVSAPs.
Thank you, Vivek. And it's really exciting to hear about the Charter, because that kind of integration of the Rio Conventions and putting that into practice in countries where the rubber hits the road, as it were, is something that's very critical. I'm here not to talk on behalf of governments, just to share some findings from some research that we've done in I4 this year to really look at how this amazing power of wildlife can be, this is a major opportunity, particularly for countries that are high in biodiversity potential, but also which are vulnerable to and being affected by climate change. And particularly, given where we do a lot of our work, we were thinking about Africa, but also the other least developed countries, many of them small island developing states, many of these countries in the Commonwealth, and thinking, well, are they actively thinking about wildlife and wildlife conservation in the way that they're addressing climate change now? Or is this an opportunity that we need to help them to fill? Granted, this science is coming out, it's very new. It's not been well disseminated yet. There is still some skepticism in some quarters about, really? Elephants can help us to address climate change? And it's not surprising then, I think you'll find that we have done research on how African countries and least developed countries are integrating wildlife conservation and the role of wildlife into their nationally determined contributions. I think probably it's unsurprising to most of you that the inclusion is not as high as we might hope. We reviewed 65 NDCs and we found that only 40% of them actively include wildlife conservation, ecosystem protection, or landscape restoration. And that the vast majority of the initiatives that are included in NDCs across those 3 categories are actually in landscape restoration. There is across Africa and the LDCs much more focus on landscape restoration, so that's restoring lands that have already been degraded, than protecting and enhancing these precious biodiversity and carbon stores that we already have in countries like Zimbabwe and across much of Africa. So this is a massive, major opportunity for African countries to ramp up the inclusion of wildlife conservation and ecosystem protection in their climate action plans, and to call upon finance providers, international donors and others to actively support those initiatives, because we now have the science to back it up. These are not just initiatives that are there so that tourists can come and view the beautiful landscapes and view the wildlife that are there. They play a functional role in addressing climate change that has been massively underestimated, and that we can leverage at local, national and global levels, because this is a global public good. And Africa and the other LDCs are really holding a global public good that needs to be paid for by the international community. And also by the private sector, and we'll be hearing more about that from Mark from Nature Finance. So I really just wanted to highlight that gap that's currently there in nationally determined contributions, and the opportunity that lies for countries to leverage wildlife conservation in climate action plans. And this is a message I think we need to take beyond this room. We need to take it to all of the parties that are about to update their NDCs over the next couple of years, so that we can see an increase from, at the moment we saw, out of 580 commitments on these three categories, only 10% related to wildlife. And of those, only 3% actually costed. So this is another missed opportunity where, if those interventions for wildlife conservation as a climate action were ramped up in the NDCs and fully costed, that's something that African countries and LDCs can take to investors, to donors, and say, this is what we need to actually protect these carbon sinks, to enhance these carbon reservoirs, and to deliver that global public good.
So that's brilliant. So can that actually be the starting point? You said you need to take it to the parties. Let's take it to the parties straight away, to Zimbabwe. I mean, what do you think of this? Are you part of that 10%? Would you like to be? Or what is the strategy that Zimbabwe is using?
Certainly, I think I couldn't have said it better, and it makes sense. Looking at the trends that we are seeing, and how dismally as a global community we have performed, when we look at our responsibilities and the actions that we ought to take, to bend the curve, and to change the current trajectory in terms of global climate change. We cannot continue to do business as usual. We need to innovate and make sure that real and even more accelerated mainstreaming is done, and also reporting on that. But then you see in the discussions here, and also even within the context of the GST, there is no clear way forward or action or program that really define the next steps or the roadmap on how we are going to transform or to do business differently. So we want to take it upon ourselves as parties, and I think my country is really committed to that, because we're already on that track already. It's just that it's an issue of contextualization and packaging to make sure that the silos that my brother here in Kolisi has been mentioning, we break the silos, we reflect that in our NDCs, and also even appreciating the synergy with targets that we set for ourselves at the last CBD COP15 within the context of the global biodiversity framework. That we cannot disentangle the commitments that are there, and we really need to make sure that the decisions that we are making here are setting us on the right path to recovery. But as you rightly say, it costs. At the end of the day, wildlife conservation itself has never been a cheap enterprise. It costs to do conservation. And more importantly, for a country like Zimbabwe, numbers don't lie. We've got the numbers. When you talk about elephants, it's the second largest herd in the world. But the problem that I see, the truth being told bluntly, people tend to politicize wildlife conservation issues. And when we are looking at addressing a much bigger challenge that could see the demise of even the human race from the face of this beautiful planet, we need to be selfless and not politicize wildlife conservation numbers. It's our desire, the hub that you're talking about. Sorry if I make you uncomfortable, Nkolisi. We need access to all this, and unconditional access, not only for government, but also channeling it through our partners like IFO, partners that we are working with to deliver on the targets or on the commitments that we need to do to have action on the ground. So we are committed, we are open, but this thing of politicizing wildlife as if it goes to the ballot box to put an X on somebody, I think it must stop, because our future generations, our children's children, will curse us for not making the decisions now. The decisions that we have to make now, because wildlife is a heritage, an intergenerational heritage for the present and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The applause almost seems to end the panel, but no, I'm going to take it for another few minutes before I call on Mark to come up. But patience, that's just because of what you said. I think it touched people's hearts, so that's the applause for that. But MX, coming to you. So, I mean, you heard about this in an African context, but can you change context to some other part of the world? Can we hear from you, from your experience in Commonwealth, from some other LDC parts? We talked about small island states. It could be that. It could be some other parts of Asia.
I mean,
do things change in other parts of the world, or is it the same?
So I think there is appetite, and I think many of us that have been working in this area, we just need to probably engage a little bit more in those discussions, because I think the appetite is there, the governments are there. I mean, there was a question really about NBS, and I think the problem there, if you follow the discussions, is it's about the taxonomy. What do you define as what? But I think this is the sort of thing that many of us who have been working in this space for years need to engage with and cross the boundaries with this community of climate negotiators and people working in this space. The Commonwealth, as you probably know, Vivek, is not just, in the African continent. We have lots of ocean states, which have less land, so there's quite a lot of stuff we do there. They own vast amounts of, or at least, oceans, and so we do a lot of this, and all of them have bought into the Living Lands Charter, and they need the support going forward in this. And I think we've got a great opportunity. As Patience says, we've just had the GBF agreed. And what we need to do, I think, and this is a challenge to IFO and all the other partners, is countries are revising their NB subs. Let's have those conversations about how, when we are looking at how our NB subs move from here on, in their implementation, in their measurement, they take account of the climate contributions of the sector. And that means we begin to start to have those conversations at national levels with our counterparts who are looking after the climate portfolio. And we then start saying, for them, when they make revisions on the NDCs, and they create the pipelines, because this is where you've got to piece it together in terms of the money. Every country has an opportunity to create a pipeline of projects that address their NDCs, that address, their priorities. And these are decisions that are made in country. Then you can then bring that ministry that looks your focal point on climate change and say, this is the project we're putting forward. Can it be prioritized? And we can, our hub can come and help where we can develop that project so that it definitely gets the resourcing that's needed. And we're doing that not just in African countries, but we're doing that sort of stuff in Fiji, we're doing it in Vanuatu, in Nauru, we're doing it in Maldives, all these wonderful places with incredible wildlife, biodiversity, and we're trying to push the pipeline where we're saying, let's implement, let's do something, let's get the resources to enable the action that's needed at that level.
Excellent. Good to hear that global span of the Commonwealth's work. Simon, any last thoughts before I open it up for questions? Anything you think that this COP could have done better in order to synergize biodiversity?
I think
and climate
at
change?
I4 we came into this. It's our first time really actively engaging with the climate COP. We are very active in the CBD, CITES, CMS, and others, and we really came here with a view to bring wildlife to the heart of the climate action. And I think that work needs to start here and really pick up pace. I think, African countries, all countries with high levels of biodiversity, high levels of wildlife populations, have an immense resource at their disposal, which, as I said, is a global public good. We now know from the science that this wildlife is not just an ornament, it is performing an immensely valuable function for addressing climate change. We need that to be recognized, not just by countries in the development of NDCs and linking those to the MBSAPs. It needs to be acknowledged by the IPCC. This science is not yet integrated into climate science. It needs to be integrated in there as soon as possible so that we can have models that reflect the role that wildlife play. It needs to be recognized by climate negotiators. Having discussions about this with climate negotiators in the climate COP is an uphill battle at the moment. We've heard there are disputes going on at EBA versus NBS. These are important discussions, but we need every tool at our disposal to address the climate crisis right now. And wildlife must be a part of that, and their habitats as well. So I would just call on everybody in this room and who's listening online, let's put wildlife at the heart of climate action. Let's include wildlife in NDCs and align those NDCs with NBSAPs, and make sure that climate negotiators and those who are making decisions in the climate space understand this science, recognize the role that wildlife play, and then put it into action in their investment decisions.
Yeah, thank you for all three of you, but I would not ask you to leave because I still have Mark to give his little talk, and then we can have questions for all four of you. Mark Halley, who has started Nature Finance and is also board member of the Rewilding Alliance, Global Alliance, has for many years been working in the policy and development and finance spheres in UNEP, and then WWF, and then I think I knew him first in IUCN, where he was director of policy for several years, and development, I think, before that, and also chairs, I think, traffic board, where I began my international career 33 years ago. So it's a small world. So welcome, Mark, because you are here to tell us how we can fund this whole thing, aren't you? So or other ideas that you may have. So maybe you should say something before we open it up to questions.
Thanks, thanks, Vivek. And we do go back a long way. I'm sorry that you framed that question in that way, because it puts a great deal of load on my shoulders to help you to figure it out. But what I would like to do is to, does this not work? Is this better? Yeah, thanks. What I'd like to do is to start small and then sort of pull back in successive stages, because I think I still see one of the issues that I recognized from when I worked full-time in conservation, that is perhaps too narrow a focus on finance. But let me, before I do that, start with a couple contextual remarks. The first is that we don't stress enough that the single biggest cause of climate change is land clearance and agriculture. So that the nature side, if you like, of the climate agenda is still the most important in terms of changing our climate. But also, it is probably the least successfully addressed of all the different causes of climate change. So, renewable energy is proceeding quite well. Electric vehicles, electric transport is proceeding quite well. Technology is making major advances, but we're not doing very well in the area of land-based causes or ocean-based causes of climate change. So, in that context, it's actually extremely encouraging to see that we are, what I call on a convergent agenda between biodiversity and climate. And in fact, the two have to merge in a sense and become a single agenda, because not only do they become more politically relevant and powerful, but it allows us to address some of these challenges together. And the very, very rich discussions we've had up to now really underline the potential that is out there for doing that. So I am encouraged by this. Yesterday was Nature Day at COP28, but in fact, every day has been Nature Day. There have been events all over the place, and this is new to COP, to a climate COP, and it's a very encouraging development. So let me talk and start with the concern I have about the way in which finance tends to be approached, and that is that we have, and the CBD term is, a challenge of resource mobilization. And that connotes in people's mind, we've got to go out there and find money to do the actions that we've promised to do. We need to tap government funding, we need to tap government budgets, we need to find Leonardo DiCaprios around the place who will give of their vast fortunes to worthy projects in nature conservation, or, you know, expand the philanthropical basis for conservation. And let me immediately say, we must do all of that, and we must get better at that. But let me say that it is not enough and never will be enough. Government budgets are under enormous constraints. Philanthropical money is turning to conservation in a bigger way, but it will never be more than a drop in the bucket in terms of the challenges that we face. So if I pull back one stage, let me say that I'm extremely encouraged to see that we are talking about nature-based solutions. We're talking about investments that make sense in investment terms, but also base themselves in nature or help nature. So if you talk about the new interest now in nature-based infrastructure, that doesn't lock in climate-heavy patterns for 20 or 30 years beyond the threshold that we've got. There is a way of thinking that nature is a component of many of the solutions that we see around society to our social and environmental problems, and that if we look at it in that sense, we have a greater chance of doing a good sales job, if you like, of ensuring that people look at the value of nature, of natural capital, of nature-based approaches as a solution to their problems rather than as a support to our priorities. So I think that's very important. The other thing is that the other advantage of that is, of course, that you have that double win. You address climate change through nature, you address nature through climate change action, and you have that sort of self-reinforcing cycle that increases impact enormously. Let me say that I think it's actually a triple win, because if you read the latest Club of Rome report, Earth for All, it talks about equity pathways. And it says that the single best way to address climate and biodiversity challenges is to address equity. Because if you address equity, you lay the foundation for common action on the others, and vice versa. If you address climate change and biodiversity successfully, you're taking a big step forward in the equity agenda. So I think we are thinking in the right sort of terms, getting beyond the notion of resource mobilization. But I think we need to think much more about how the financial system works. We tend to think that if we articulate our arguments really well, that will convince Nestle and Shell and Unilever and all those other big companies to part with their funds. And in fact, it is not a question of raising money from those, but really affecting the way that they operate, so that it has a less negative and ideally a positive effect on the nature priorities that we all share. So I think we need to think in terms of new financial instrument design that addresses the problems that are out there now. And I'll just illustrate with one, because I have a limited time. But we all know that green bonds began in 2013 and have grown by 2 orders of magnitude since then, so that they've become a fairly common way of raising money for projects that are certified to be green. We've gone beyond that and revived and introduced a new generation of debt for nature swaps, which are raising significant funds for particular projects The disadvantage is, of course, each one is a boutique operation, so that they're not scalable. But we're beginning to look at what we call performance-based sovereign bonds, which address the challenges of countries' indebtedness, which is one of the reasons why conservation action is not better supported, by combining financial benefit at the sovereign level with the achievement of performance targets that the governments themselves set. Let me just give you an example of one of those that was done last year. In Uruguay, they floated a sovereign bond based on forest-related performance. Half of it was management of existing forests, half of it was restoration of forest ecosystems in areas where it had been damaged. They aimed to raise $2.1 billion through that bond. And that $2.1 billion was oversubscribed 4 times, and the bond sold out in half an hour. So they could have raised 4 times. I mean, they couldn't because they didn't have the projects associated with it. But the point is this. If Uruguay performs, they get the coupon level that was set. If they overperform, the coupon level goes down again. And so they get the money at a cheaper rate. It's over 12 years, so if there's an election and the opposition comes into power, they have a huge economic incentive to continue reaching those performance targets because there's a huge financial penalty if they don't. Plus, their investment in natural capital actually improves their risk profile on international capital markets, and as a result, lowers the cost of capital. So it's just a series of advantages. The real advantage is there is no limit to the extent to which you can trade on that debt except the level of the country's indebtedness. So it's not some debt for nature swap that raises money for the Belize Reef or the Seychelles, all of which are fantastic and worthy and very exciting. It's the potential to take this to scale in a way that, nothing else that's come along really offers. So I think we need to be thinking of that sort of solution. However, let me remind you that in the finance sections of the Global Biodiversity Framework, they talk about the need to raise a very high level of money to implement GBF. Some of that is new money, but the majority of it is stopping to do the negative things that we're doing at present that undermine the priorities of the GBF. And so I think we don't do nearly enough to recognize the fact that in biodiversity conservation, we are steadily swimming upstream against a strong current. And that current will tire us out. What we have to do is to ensure that we have some impact on the way the current flows. And so I think that if we look at the effect of perverse subsidies, subsidies to agriculture, to water, to irrigation, that have a draining impact on biodiversity, that actually provide an incentive using taxpayer money to undermine biodiversity, to do the opposite of what we're trying to do. We need to start working on that as well. And the other aspect of that is corporate culture. We talk about private sector and the need to align private sector with what we're doing. Many, many corporations still have incentives that focus on quarterly earnings. And so you would like to do good, you'd like to build biodiversity in, but actually your promotion and your end-of-year bonus is based on action that undermines biodiversity. So we have to really begin to change that. And the last thing I will say is that, and this is the mission or the goal of nature finance, it is to ensure that all financial activity leads to equitable and nature positive outcomes. In other words, we will have succeeded when the incentives that motivate finance align perfectly with the incentives that address climate change and biodiversity. How do we get there? Well, one way of getting there is to adopt a nature positive standard. We want to get to the point where all finance is under enormous pressure to contribute to net zero climate, to nature positive, and to the equivalent that emerges in the field of equity, such that the actual daily performance of finance is supporting our agenda rather than contrary to that agenda. And I think that we're moving in that direction. And the only way it's going to happen, I think, is if destroying nature in the course of making a profit is treated by society, by consumers, as they would treat today employing slaves in the source of profit, or employing children. And those, you need to set a new social norm where finance is at the service of the public good. Nothing wrong with them looking for profit, nothing wrong with them building economies. It's simply that we have to ensure that there's a far better alignment. So I dream of a world where a company that does not commit to a nature positive agenda, and I'll finish with this, is cut off from access to public procurement competitions, that they're cut off from access to credit from banks. And so it's a world where if finance does not align with biodiversity and with climate, then it becomes a pariah and excluded from our system. So I offered there several levels at which we need to address the financial system and how it works, and not simply how can we raise more money for our conservation priorities.
Oh, that's a fantastic way. And now I'm really sorry that I phrased it that way, because now you've really made people wake up to the fact that you don't really need to raise more funds. Although you gave a very good example.
To do all of that.
Yeah, you gave a very good new example as well of the sovereign bonds. Can I take, I've been shown the finger, so to speak, from the back, saying 2 minutes, but I was told we have till 7, but anyway, if it's 6:30, so be it. But can I take a couple of questions from the floor, if anybody has? Yeah, from the back. Back, right to the back. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Daniela. This is my first COP. I'm an Australian youth delegate, and it's really great to be here and hear wildlife and nature being discussed, because I agree that it really has been missing in a lot of these conversations. I studied conservation biology, ecology, and earth sciences, and I really want to try and meaningfully make an impact in this space. But in my studies have really realized that so much progress has been dependent on politics and financial contributions. And I'm actually here at COP because I shared my story and my experience as a child in the 2009 bushfires in Victoria, where millions of native animals died and over 450 hectares of forest were burnt. And we experienced terrible fires in the 2019-2020 bushfire season too. So I guess as a young person trying to do something in this space, and right now I'm trying to use the power of storytelling to try and create behavioral change. As you mentioned, that's kind of what we need. We need to shift perspectives. We need to depoliticize this. What mechanisms do you think are the best way to connect with people in power about these really important issues? And I guess, yeah, make them recognize the importance and make these people care.
Thank you for that question. In fact, the thing that has been missing in both these panels that I've moderated is a young person's view. So thank you very much for bringing that in. And would any of you like to answer her?
Yeah, so I thought I was young, Vivek.
and you may have just crossed it.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, very good question. I think there are opportunities. I think there is recognition that young people are critical in these sorts of spaces. And so please, I would say, be very courageous to keep telling your story. Because if you're not courageous enough, your story will not, and you've got to keep telling it over and over again. But I think there are also lots of opportunities. For the Commonwealth, we've got a number of programs for young people. For Living Lands, developing a Living Lands fellowship to really get young people participating in these processes. And I think it's looking for those opportunities and engaging with them. There are groups of young people around the world who are doing projects that are actually making a difference and beginning to gain momentum. And I think it's important that you start doing that. And I was saying to one young person, doing that is actually so empowering because you know what the situation on the ground is. And so when you come to situations like this, to policy forums like this, you're not just talking very theoretical things, you're talking things that you've done on the ground. And I think that would be a powerful way. But first, be courageous, continue being courageous.
Do you have something to add? Yeah, please.
May I quickly?
Please.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
all right.
So I think there's a rule that you could adopt as just an assumption. That is that politicians do what's required to get themselves elected. And so the problem is that the lobbies that are contrary to biodiversity interests are currently more powerful than those that represent our common interest. And so we need to get to the point where a politician is re-elected on his or her performance on biodiversity, climate, whatever, equity, social justice, et cetera. So more attention to the common good. How will that happen? I think you said storytelling, and I think that's exactly right. I think we need a new nature narrative, which is positive, which is mobilizing, which is exciting, which makes people want to get involved. If you look frankly, and this is a self-criticism as well, we still try to frighten people into acting on biodiversity. Say, the rhino's going extinct, or the coral reefs are dying, and the oceans are filling with plastic, and we're in the 6th grade extinction, and hoping that will drive people to action actually drives them into denial. And I think we need, we are unique in biodiversity that if you take the pressure off most ecosystems, they bounce back. It's such a heartwarming story, and we're not telling it properly. So I think that there's a narrative shift that's needed that will allow the mobilization that will change that electoral calculus.
Not the guilt of footprints, but positive handprints of children on the wall, right? Okay.
Thank you very much for your question and for your passion. I just wanted to say there's a global network on youth in biodiversity across the world, and we are facing both a biodiversity crisis as well as the climate crisis. And I think it's time that maybe you can be one of the first catalysts to merge, the agenda for the role of youth. We should have youth in biodiversity and climate action as a twin process, so that we amplify the voices of young people in these debates, and also in terms of real action, in terms of what the young people can also do to influence policy change, to also make sure that the message is packaged differently. One of the challenges, especially for someone attending the climate change COP for the first time, is just the diction, the acronyms, the language. It's like scientists, they talk to each other, but we need to decode some of these messages and package them in a way that's relevant to various target audiences. And I think the youth are very much, they occupy that special place where they can actually really innovate and make sure that we can reach out to those ears that we think should get emotional or should actually take action and make the important decisions. But I think we need more innovation in the communication science, and I think we are at that stage where we need all hands on deck, and there's no hand that is so small to contribute meaningfully to this crisis, because it determines everyone's future, considering the fact that we are losing almost 12 million hectares to deforestation and wildlife. Bear in mind, wildlife is one of the key incentives why some of the forests are actually surviving. And we are losing more species that are incentivizing the need to keep the forests, and also even the seascapes that are protected, so that they can really play their role in the climate change mitigation, adaptation, and also resilience building. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And with that, we're out of time, but let's give a big hand to the panelists. And can I call upon the panelists to come and stand here, including the previous panel, and let's take a photograph of the panel so that we don't forget it next, that we were here, said what we did, and now have to act on it, inter alia.